Gather round, freaks. It is time for you to get plugged in or plugged out. You have to make the choice between the red pill or the blue pill. A thing that was cool in the 90s, but is really, really weird to think about now. Gross. So, if you can, grab a sentinel by the squid arms and say, "Hey, did you see this one?"
That sounded weird. Hello and welcome to Hey, Did You See This One? This is episode 240. And on this show, we take a movie, we pull it apart, we leave no stone unturned, and we basically have a round table discussion that is also part review and part think tank about what the movie could mean. We just have to ask the question, though. Hey, did you see this one? We are back, like I said, episode 240. We decided this month that we would take the format of the show and throw it completely out the window and do anthology movies all month. So you're going to be learning right along with us. I've decided to call it Anthology Armageddon. How about that?
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that. You know what, Jason? I'm going to give you one of these.
I've done it.
This will be Jason's last episode.
Yeah, it's true. I'm fired. I'm firing myself. We have decided to do this. We're starting strong with the Animatrix, the 2003 anthology film. Obviously, that has actually. I thought it was only like 6, but it has 9 individual films that range from like 4 minutes right up to about 20. So we're going to be all over the place. Some we're just going to be like, and then they fought, and then they took each other's clothes off, and then they.
I mean, that's true. But maybe introduce our guests.
Okay, sorry. To start us off here, we have 2 brand new guests to the show, which is really exciting. First, I'd like to introduce. He's a cinematographer extraordinaire and a director of photography extraordinaire, both extraordinary. Please welcome to the show for the first time, Spencer Gray.
Yo.
Truth be told, we've been trying to have you on the show for the better part of 3 years. And it was always
a hard man to get a hold of sometimes.
Well, it was always in Steve. Yeah. The ball was always in Steve's court to do
sometimes Spencer will answer you immediately, and sometimes he'll get back to you like 6 months later. Like, hey.
Sometimes I'll get back to you in 3 years.
Yeah. But thank you for coming on finally. I think that this is going to be great. Also, star of TikTok content creator and Instagram star. Please welcome to the show for the first time. He wanted me to call him Paddyowagon because that's his name, but your name is Patrick Ferguson, right?
Yes, it is.
Welcome to the show.
How are we doing?
So exciting.
Likewise.
Spencer, it's exciting to have you here, but I'm more excited for Patrick. I've known Spencer since I was like 13 years old.
Yeah, it's true.
All right.
Fantastic. So the first thing we do every week is we have to appease our god, Zardoz.
Yes, Zardoz is hungry for something that only we can provide for him. If only I could find it.
Zardoz speaks to you.
Zardoz
he demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
All right. This is the most important part of the episode because if we don't get it right, he will barf unloaded rifles all over us and then ammunition afterwards. So, do you want me to do it, Jason?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, The Animatrix is a collection of short films that came out in 2003 that I believe they had a staggered release in different formats, where there were some that would play at the beginning of other Warner Brother properties. There were some that would show up on TV. There were some that would come out as bonus features for stuff that they were releasing. But eventually they all came together to make the Animatrix. Obviously, I mean, maybe not obviously, all of the short films take place within the world or the lore of The Matrix, the movie The Matrix, the video game The Matrix, the comic book series The Matrix. I'm sure there are tons of other things that I'm missing there. Tattoos on people's legs. There's probably a bunch of extended lore that's just in tattoo format. If I know the Wachowskis, they did that somehow. But yeah, it's a collection of shorts that either expand upon the story within the movie trilogy itself, or just within the greater world, which is pretty interesting and cool. It kind of forces you to think about things you never really considered in what you're presented from the movies themselves. I don't want to get too in depth because each story is its own sort of unique enclosed thing. They don't really have much to do with one another. So we'll get into that when we go into the body of the episode. But yeah, it's basically just a bunch of little short stories that take place in the world of the Matrix, either starring some of your favorite characters or just people you've never heard of, or just extending on the history in either direction of the story that we already know. I think it's hard off like that.
I think Zardos will allow us to live another day. Okay, cool. Thank you, Stephen. The next thing that we have to cover is our brief history with the film.
Oh,
A brief history.
This is also pretty simple. Basically, just your history with this movie in particular. I would say also maybe the Matrix franchise at large as well, since I don't know if we're ever going to actually do those. They're pretty well known. I think you have seen this one. But Spencer, if you want to go first, just give us your kind of like brief history with this movie and like your history with the Matrix.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So, I mean, like probably basically everybody saw the first Matrix, blew my mind, very formative movie in my kind of coming of age. And I'm definitely one of those people that I think like the rest of them are kind of mediocre at best. Some highlight moments from all of them. They're a lot of fun, but they don't reach the heights of the original. They don't reach the depths either. Having said that, I think that if you only had to pick one film that represents kind of the world and the mythology of the Matrix other than the Matrix, it would be the Animatrix. And so I got this on Blu-ray probably in like 2008 or something like that. I've had it times. I think it's I don't think you could ever say that it's as good as the original, but I think it's like a hair below in terms of impact and expanding the world and exploring the concept of like just what the Matrix is and the implications.
cool. Thanks, Spence.
Thanks, Spence. How about you, Patrick?
I actually I started my experience with the Matrix with Reloaded. That was like one of the few VHS tapes I had like in early childhood that I remember watching. So I watched the series out of order. As I grew up, I eventually watched them in order. And I actually didn't watch the Animatrix until I was like 14 or 15, and a friend of mine from high school was telling me, have you ever seen the Animatrix? And I thought he was making something up. I heard of it, and that sounded like a made-up title. I was just like, you're lying to me. I don't know what that is. And eventually I watched it, and as a 15-year-old, I thought it was like one of the coolest things ever, and I ended up liking it more than any of the other sequels. And funnily enough, I had actually never really revisited it until you guys asked me to be on this show, because a few years ago I revisited Halo Legends, which is a very similar kind of anthology film that uses a bunch of anime studios, and it did not hold up to my childhood memory, to put it lightly. And I didn't want to go through that again with this movie. But I can thankfully say, having gone back through it recently and all that, it's way better than that, and I still maintain it's the second best Matrix movie.
I had the same experience where I was like, I have such fond memories of this. Is this going to do something horrible to my brain? but I'm glad to say that it did not. For me, The Matrix was a thing. When I was a kid, the way my mom would keep me away from things that were violent was that she would tell me they were scary. I've said this on the podcast before. She'd be like, "Oh no, that's a scary movie. You can't watch that." So like James Bond was scary when I was a kid. I was like, "Oh, those are scary movies." But it's just because my mom didn't want to see people shooting each other or whatever. And then, so The Matrix to me, because it was R-rated, was something that I was like, oh, it's going to have people getting their guts ripped off and their faces pulled out of their ear or whatever, and their teeth are going to fall out. So I was terrified of The Matrix, and then I eventually saw it and was like, oh, this is the greatest thing that has ever been made, maybe. Like, I'm so shocked that my mom thinks this is scary, and then I finally confronted my mom being like, wait, you lied to me? You just didn't want me to watch violent movies. But yeah, The Matrix became such a huge part of like interest to me in terms of science fiction and what movies can achieve, and showing you something on film that has clearly been so heavily influenced by so many other things that you can recognize, but also have its own completely unique identity that people still to this day try to replicate. Even though it is an homage to so many things, it's also just its own unique, beautiful thing that we all know. If you see somebody in a leather coat and sunglasses, you immediately are like, all right, Neo, how much do clothes cost in The Matrix? But I guess unlike you guys, I fucking loved Matrix Reloaded when I saw it. I thought it was like a lot of people complained about it, but I was just like, I don't understand. Am I stupid? Maybe I am. I don't care. I have rewatched Matrix Reloaded so many times. Less so Revolutions. Also, when you kept saying Revisited, Patrick, I'm like, Matrix Revisited sounds like it should be a Matrix movie or some sort of Matrix product. But you know, I've played every Matrix video game. I've read a ton of comics set in the world. I played a ton of Matrix Online, which is still considered canon to the world of the Matrix to this day. The Wachowskis were heavily involved in the storytelling within that. I think that the Matrix is this weird thing where like everybody knows it, but there's a subcategory of human being that know it way too well, and I don't think that I'm there, but I'm like I've dipped a toe into the world of like weird Matrix weirdos. Jason, you may remember this. There was one year for Halloween where I dressed up in leather red pants, a silk red shirt, red tie, and a red leather jacket, fingerless gloves, and sunglasses, and I went around and told everybody that I was Ram from The Matrix. I'm like, yeah, I'm Ram from The Matrix. Ram is not a character from The Matrix. I made up a character, but the entirety of Halloween that night was me pretending I was a character and convincing them that they remembered Ram from the movies. He was primarily a quest giver in The Matrix Online, but he's in that scene where they're planning, you know, he's in the background crossing his arms. We were like, I think I do remember that. we were at a bar at one point, and my friend Stiver came up to me, and I had already done this to him, and he came up to me while I was talking to somebody else, and now he's in on it, and he's like, hey, are you Ram from The Matrix? So now it's perpetuating this lie in this bar. Oh, it's a beautiful memory. But the Animatrix, for me, the first exposure I had to it was the last Flight of the Osiris, played at the beginning of some movie. I don't remember what it was. I don't think it was one of the Matrix sequels, but it was something leading up to it. So they had this kind of interesting advertising campaign. And I saw that, and it was the first time that I had seen, outside of like Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within, this type of really high-end 3D animation that was clearly directed towards adults. I mean,
same director, same creative team.
Yeah. And it blew my mind, even though like, you know, it's a little janky now when you watch it, but like it's still pretty decent. But yeah, that was my first foray, and then when it came out as a whole, I bought it immediately and was like, best Matrix since The Matrix. And I don't know if I agree with that now, but I do love it. I love how much it expands on everything. Sorry, that was not nearly as brief a history as it should have been, but I have a lot to say about The Matrix. All right.
Yeah, fun fact, I was going to mention in production talk, Aki Ross from Spirits Within was actually supposed to be in that Flight of the Osiris, I'm pretty sure, because they were pushing Aki Ross, the CGI actor, as like a legitimate actor, and Square Enix wanted that to be a thing, and everybody's like, that'll never happen. And it's funny now because now they're trying to make AI actors a thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, also Steve, you'll remember about that night. My wife was David S. Pumpkins, and I was the skeleton. You were part of it, and then you and I became Ram and Bone. for a little while.
It was Ram and Bone. We even had a secret handshake, and we made Bone part of the Matrix too. Like, yeah, in the Matrix, there's a world you can go to where everyone's a skeleton. So he's Ram's friend and a skeleton friend.
But my history with the Matrix is pretty similar to everybody else. But the difference is for the original Matrix, it was one of 2 VHS tapes me and my friends had in high school that we would like get out of school, go back to my friend's place, and get stoned and watch The Matrix and Half Baked, just like switching tapes back and forth. So that was my and then when Reloaded came out, I saw that on the IMAX, one of the first like IMAX movies, and I remember being like, "This shit is the future," and I love that movie because I have that memory. When you go back and watch it now, it's a little bit, it's a little dated. It's very CGI heavy, and the story starts to get a little. They started, adding too much stuff, but I still a special place in my heart, and I'm with Steve. Like I think it's a great movie. I don't like Revolutions that much.
Yes,
but I rewatched it.
I mean, if you watch them as one, the second two, if you consider them one thing, it's like it's pretty solid. But yeah, because they had that 6-month break or whatever, right? Where like the first one came out in the spring and the second one came out in the fall. But I know what you mean.
They filmed them all at the same time.
Yeah, like they killed
or those two.
Yeah, those two.
Yeah.
But I remember when the new Matrix came out a few years ago, I rewatched Revolutions and I was like, oh yeah, this movie is so much better than that new one. From like a filmmaking standpoint, I don't know. But when it comes to the Animatrix, this came out between 1 and 2 or after 2?
2 and 3, yeah. In between 2 and 3.
I remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember
before 2.
I remember seeing it at like the video rental place and being like, what is this? And I was like, I hadn't really gotten into anime yet. I went through a short stint in my early 20s of watching a lot of anime, but this sort of kicked that off. And I remember watching it at my girlfriend's house and her just being like so uninterested in it, even though she liked The Matrix, and me just being on the edge of my seat like, do you know what this means? Do you know what this all means?
Some people just can't get behind a cartoon.
Yeah, exactly. I can't really watch a lot of cartoons now at like in my 40s. I don't like them, but yeah.
Well, you're a father now, so get ready.
Get ready for Paw Patrol. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Show your baby the Animatrix.
yeah, exactly. Baby's first.
Hey, a lot of the voice actors in this are voice actors from cartoon shows that are very familiar to all of us. SpongeBob SquarePants himself is in this movie.
Yeah.
And the guy that made the like 9th and last segment was apparently like an animator on the Rugrats, which makes sense when you look at those animation styles.
Aeon Flux to Rugrats, isn't that a crazy trajectory?
Yeah. Range, I think man, range.
Aeon Flux.
Yeah.
And he was like, and it was just because he felt restricted, I think, working on Rugrats.
Yeah.
And so
Aeon Flux was his original pitch for the Rugrats movie. He was like, I want these babies to get crazy.
But yeah, that's pretty well. We can go into some production talk. We don't have to get too deep into it, but we can talk about a couple things.
Okie dokie.
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of shit. Sound. Speed. Action!
This is, of course, the segment where normally we would talk about like the production, cinematography, behind the scenes.
Watched all the special features.
All of them. Yeah.
This is actually perfect because I really was going to say that the budget was never officially disclosed, and the industry estimates 8 to 15 million. And that's about all I have, because I wanted to sort of say who the director and animator was for each short as we go through. But if you have
the budget for this is technically part of the advertising budget for
probably
the sequels. Like they probably slivered out a bit to be like, this is going to work as a piece of the advertising. I don't know that for sure, but it seems like a smart way to get around. Like we can fund this creative project for all these cool animation houses while also using it to advertise for the movies themselves. Again, I don't know if that's true, but I like to believe it. Let's all believe it together.
You're right. According to I think IMDb, it was used to drive interest for Revolutions later in the year,
Makes sense.
and came out like right after Reloaded, that was like you said, a 6-month window.
But yeah, this was probably in production because animation takes forever. It was probably in production like around the same time they started filming Reloaded, right? So they started filming them.
Yeah, some of them only had like a year, but some of them had like 3 years. But I think this was always kind of planned. Like I think the Wachowskis always dreamed of doing something like this, and then when the Matrix.
Spencer got taken by the agents.
It's giving up too much information. You froze up pretty good there, man. This is live TV, buddy.
All right.
While he figures his thing out, I just wanted to say there's no like theatrical box office numbers, but Box Office Mojo says that it made $416 worldwide.
416.
I guess
Collectively, that's how much we spent on our Blu-rays and DVDs.
Exactly.
That's got to be. Well, I mean, it's because it didn't have a theatrical release at all, and like the stuff that was theatrically released was just basically a preview before the movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to gauge stuff like this, but most of it would be in DVD sales, I suppose.
Sorry, Spencer.
Yeah, Spence, what were you saying?
Oh, I don't remember.
The agents did get you.
Yeah, the agents got me. Sorry, I don't know. For me, the stream has been smooth, so I've just been listening to you guys.
Well, if you remember what you're saying, you can hop back in. Well, I know that all the story by stuff was, yes, Dave Mater, the Animatrix is the best. All the story stuff was by the Wachowskis. They didn't write all of them. They did write a couple of them. I think that they wrote the ones that were more heavily involved into the actual storyline of the movies that were being made at the time. Like the Flight of the Osiris, I believe they did story by, but they also wrote and I think directed, or it had some sort of capacity of production or direction. And then every other one, they're credited as story by, so I assume that they had some sort of input on what was going on, but you just look at these things and you can tell that a couple of them, it was like a toy box that they opened up. They're like, here's our Matrix toys. You guys can do whatever you want. You can even paint all over them and make them look different. If you want to dress the agents up like wizards, you can do that. It's fine. And they do. I don't have a ton to say. I didn't have a ton of time to do research for this, but Patrick, if you want to enlighten us, you're more than welcome to.
I'm trying to think of like what I found, stuff that could be most interesting to talk about now as opposed to when we're going through all of them.
Yeah, if you want to save it as we're going through, you can absolutely do that as well.
I will say that like I think the most interesting featurette that I found on the DVD was talking about not only the history of anime, but that influence on the first Matrix movie. It kind of draws a lot of straight lines between what was popular in the late 80s and early 90s into what went into that movie, which I thought was fascinating. And I think the most interesting thing I heard from the individual creators was that most of them basically said that they wrote their story ideas within like 1 to 3 days, which I find really fascinating for how introspective a lot of these stories are, is that a lot of them were very proudly like, yeah, I wrote that in a day.
Yeah.
So.
And like,
yeah,
and some of them I
still
still think about to this day too. Like, there's a couple in here that when I think about the Matrix, my mind wanders around Matrix properties and eventually to the Animatrix. And there's a few of these that have lived in my brain where they popped up, I haven't seen it maybe 15, 20 years, and I'm like, oh, this is that one. This one was the best. But there's also a few that I'm like, I have no memory of this place.
World Record for me has lived in my brain forever for some reason. Maybe
Me too.
The animation is
that
so
one,
weird.
Me too. Yeah. It's like Jet Set Radio future.
Yeah. And I guess the Matrix was heavily influenced by like Akira and Ninja Scroll, and I guess the Wachowskis were in Japan promoting the Matrix, and that's why they saw anime and they were like, why don't we open the world up a little bit? And then we got this amazing thing. And then I like that they didn't try to like make it like volume 3 of the Animatrix. They just did one and done. And then they were like, let's focus on video games instead and make too many of those.
They could have easily made like 100 Animatrixes.
It's true, yeah.
I would watch every single one of them. Even a couple of the shorts in this, I'm like, give me a 7-episode miniseries of this noir detective trying
The
to track down.
detective.
Trinity, you know?
Completely agree. Yeah.
I want that. If you guys want, we can just go right into the body, and Pat, you can, or sorry, Patrick. I'm not sure if you like Pat or not.
Either one's fine. A lot of my friends call me Patty too, so whichever.
Okay, sounds good. We can you can kind of like glean some insight as we go. Unless
good.
anybody else has any more production talk they want to hit us with, Spence.
I mean, yeah, there's like a lot, but I feel like it's all intertwined. Like, I mean, the thing I would say based on what you guys were just talking about is I think one of the things I really like about the Animatrix is what I would kind of say about like maybe you could say the same thing about big franchises like Marvel or Star Wars, where it's just like everything just becomes about the next big galactic threat, and it's like instead of Spider-Man fighting the guy of the week, it's like, you know, Thanos is going to snap his fingers, and it's like every movie's like that. And I feel like the Matrix, the sequels kind of became that because Neo is digital Jesus and he's got to save humanity, and it just kind of got away from like I think like I think like what I would say is, I mean, I guess this is not really a production note, but are we going to hop right into the body of it?
I mean, you can hit us with it, and we'll go into the body. Yeah, if you want.
Well, the thing is, like, I feel like what the Wachowskis ultimately did with the concept of the Matrix is they made a kind of like, I feel like humans have this way of creating, metaphorically creating like heaven and hell, and they basically created a dystopian hell, and that becomes the like, you know, the thing that it's just like the thing that you want to stay away from. It becomes a warning of a kind. But I think when you depict hell, it's kind of like it's already too late. It's so grim that it's already too late. There is no saving humanity, so don't let it get to this place. And that becomes like the warning that you take away in a kind of subconscious way. Yeah. And so like the whole Jesus thing is like they're trying to contrive a way where this one guy could actually save humanity, but it feels so contrived the whole time. That's just my 2 cents about it. But the Animatrix is like, it explores the concept of the Matrix in again, like the Spider-Man bad guy of the week. Like it's just a little more contained that I don't know. I find it a lot more engaging and emotionally impactful and introspective, as you were saying. And I glean a lot more from it than just the, you know, the prophecy and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, not all of it has to be super philosophical. Some of it can just be like, here are different ways that people can escape the Matrix, which is very cool, and I like to see it. But, you know, there are some impactful things happening in there when it comes to the emotional state of the person that we're dealing with. That's still interesting to me, and you can think about it a little bit more deeply, but you also get to see different ways that the Matrix works, and that's also equally as cool. And it might not be as like special when it comes to how you're academically discussing the Matrix, but like I like to know more stuff about how the Matrix can work too. Like that's also fun. So yeah, I agree. I do love the Matrix as an overarching story. I do obviously like the first one the most because it is a little bit more simple, and it's like, no, the bad guys are the agents. Like that's basically it. And the Matrix is ultimately bad, and it is sort of like hell in a sense, or purgatory. But then also the real world is kind of hellish as well. Is hell. It's basically like, what are your two hells? The hell that you're ignorant of, or the hell that you're living and having to deal with?
Well, I think like what they ultimately did, and what I think is so amazing about the concept of the Matrix is like, do you want to live in hell, but it is the real actual reality, or would you like to live in heaven, but it's fake, it's not real? And that kind of, it's like there's a trade-off either way, and it's so I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into it as we go, and because you'll start to think of characters like Cypher and like how he's like, I want to go back to the Matrix. I hate eating goop. I just love eating fake steak. When I go back in, I just want to be rich with a beautiful babe or whatever. You're like, okay, yeah, we get it. All right, you guys want to just hop it right into the body over here? Okay, the body of the episode.
Ho, 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 ho! Everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
All right,
so I always forget that, like when new guests come on, like we play these weird things. these weird voiceovers of me just being like,
Whoa!
Here comes the body, and my picture of our logo on the casting couch.
yeah. Right.
So we're starting off with Final Flight of the Osiris, which stands as a direct sequel to The Matrix Reloaded, produced by the studio that basically made Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. And the director, Andrew R. Jones, is an animation supervisor for a bunch of well-known movies like iRobot, Superman Returns, Avatar, and this, of course. And this movie this short looks very similar to The Spirits Within. The style is full CGI, and it's basically a fight sequence. And
it's very animated in terms of like it doesn't feel like people in motion cap suits. Like it feels like everything has that sort of touch of an animator to it. If you guys don't mind, I'll just give like a little quick synopsis of what it's about. It's basically the story of one of the ships that we're very familiar with in the Matrix, floating around out there while I believe it's the captain and co-captain. I'm not sure if they're co-captains or whatever their roles are. They're doing sort of training, but it's also sort of like a
sexy training
metaphor for fucking. You're like, okay, I think they might be doing it right now. And it's a sexy fight scene, but then it devolves into them having to escape from Sentinels while one of them goes back into the Matrix to try and get a warning to Zion because they discover that a bunch of Sentinels are burrowing into the ground a few kilometers above Zion down into it, which is the dilemma that we deal with in the last Matrix movie. So it is sort of like a bridge between the two, which is cool. I like it. I like that it's part of the actual story. This is something that they did. Oh wait, Zardos, did you hear that?
Zardos approved.
Oh my God. I was scared for a second. I like that it's a little bridge. This is something that the Wachowskis, I think, were so smart about when it came to their extended media. I don't know if you guys ever played Enter the Matrix.
Enter the Matrix, with Ghost and
Niobe and Ghost.
Niobe,
they're side characters in the movies. They appear in the movies. You see them in the movies. Niobe much more. She has a lot to do, whereas Ghost kind of just is like nodding and stuff in the background. You're like, all right, thanks, Ghost. But that video game basically is the story of Matrix Reloaded as told by Niobe and Ghost, and you're just going through their adventures on the side run, which is like so cool. It's like every sort of comic book spin-off or television show spin-off that's happening simultaneously. There's so many examples of it, and I think that the Wachowskis, they probably loved that kind of stuff when they were younger. Like what was happening over here? It's like the Rosencrantz and Guildenstern kind of idea of what if these other characters are doing something at the same time, and how interesting can that be? And this is one of them, just one of those ships that exists at the end of Reloaded. For all we know, these characters could have been in that meeting. All right, sorry. Let's all talk. It's not just me.
It's really clever too, because it's very meta that they more so maybe with the Enter the Matrix thing, that they incorporated these things as canon. The Wachowskis were involved in the story and filming the cutscenes and stuff like that for Enter the Matrix. They stand alone. You don't have to see them to see the movie, but they all kind of really build out the world. And then the meta aspect of it is a video game is as close as we can get to playing the Matrix, unless we are in the Matrix right now.
I thought that the CGI for the people, I think that The Spirits Within still kind of holds up, even though it was 2001. I don't know if they put the same kind of budget into the people in this that they did in that movie, but the CGI for the ship and the Sentinels in this look premium. I couldn't believe how good this thing as a whole holds up, and I was actually kind of bummed out. I remember this being a way bigger part, and I think I remember it being a bigger part because it actually is kind of a bridge between the two movies.
Mm-hmm.
When it was over, I was like, that's it. Give me more of that. I would watch a whole movie, a whole CGI movie of this story or more stories. I wish that they would take Path of Neo and the other one that Steven was just talking about. I wish they would re-release them somehow to be played since they are canon. And that's the problem with like physical media going away and things not getting archived the way they should. It's like you're never going to be able to play Enter the Matrix unless you find somebody who's made like an archival project where they have like a private server, you know, which probably exists. Honestly, you can play pretty much every MMO in existence still.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah, you can still get you can still play the Matrix online, but it's kind of tricky. You have to commit to.
Did any of you guys play it? I'm just wondering.
No, I didn't have a good
No,
enough computer.
I've watched
I played it.
VODs of people playing.
I was so excited when that thing came out. Where I'm like, I get to make RAM from the Matrix real.
Yeah. They also, like, the production team was given all the digital assets for the flight of this OSIRIS, like the parts where the ship's flying around and stuff. So it was like, it basically looks like it belongs in the movie because pretty much it is. It's all the same stuff and animators. So it's awesome.
I didn't. I think I'm unfortunately the only one here that didn't. This is when I was putting my rankings together. I think this is the only short segment that I did not enjoy because
fair
for me, the animation is just a little bit too much of the uncanny valley side of things, and the Final Fantasy Spirits Within was the exact same way when I watched it back in the day. That was one of those movies as a kid where I was just like, I don't think all movies are good, actually.
we did that like 3 months ago, and this is my exact opinion. I fucking hate that movie.
I saw it in theaters when it came out because I'm old.
Listen, we did a whole month about it, Jason.
I dragged my mom to that piece of shit, and afterwards she was like, okay, I guess, whatever that was. And I was like, no, but did you see the cactuar on his jacket? It's like Final Fantasy. And she's like, speak English to me, please.
Yeah, the notes that I took watch because I know as a kid I must have thought this was cool because revisiting it for this podcast I didn't remember any particular segment that I didn't like, but in my notes I have written cornier than it is cool, and I have written quite hilariously, it feels like marketing material. And then after I looked into it, I was like, oh, it is.
Yeah.
Literally.
I do have this. So in the pre-show, when you said you have your rankings, I started ranking mine, and I've realized this is 8. This is my 8th out of the 9. So like it's pretty low for me as well. I think that, as you guys were saying, the ship stuff all looks great. But yeah, I like the fact that it is a bridge. But it is what you're saying. It's a piece of advertising. It's basically like a CD that you got out of a cereal box. You know, this is something that you don't need at all to enjoy the Matrix or the Matrix Revolutions. But I like that it exists. Do I enjoy watching it? Not really. I was like, I can't wait to watch that other one that I really, really like. While I was rewatching this, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, look, a digital booty. It'd be really funny if his fell and he also was wearing a thong and we got to see him.
I have that written here as well. It's just like, cowards, show me the man thong.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, it feels like
teased it after basically showing her naked, which I was like, okay, 2003. I see you.
Yeah, 2003 was still steeped in homophobia. So.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like all the other ones kind of have some sort of profound theme or like deep philosophical implication that you can kind of like ponder on after or even during, whereas this one is really it's a preview, it's a teaser trailer for like it only works as a part of the sequel films. And
what it feels like to me is
you
know those like tin cans with like strings between them. It's like the OSIRIS has 2 tin cans and they're holding it to their ears, and it's going between the Matrix Reloaded and the Matrix Revolutions, and then they just are like, oh shit, and then it blows up. The OSIRIS blows up. And you're like, okay, well, at least we know that they got the message somehow. I don't even know if like that's addressed in the movies in some capacity. It might be. Like,
it
got
is.
this message from the OSIRIS. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. They mention it by name, is what I recall, but.
Like that's cool to me. I like that. I like that they gave them a little horny fight in a dojo, and then we get to see them die. Like I like it. And it feels like a cold open to like an episode of the Matrix television show or something. You know.
I imagine that somebody that like enjoys it in the same way that I really like those Halo 3 live action ads from back in the day, like where they were like little action vignettes, sort of
for like
the
Reach
diorama,
where she's like has to put the bomb in the in the
like all that stuff that I enjoy. I imagine others enjoy this in the same way.
I think what we're saying here is it's fine. It's fine that it exists. And if you like it, good. It's fine for you to like it. I don't have a ton to say. It's cool that it exists. I like that the voice cast is like pretty stacked in terms of a bunch of people that you will recognize from every cartoon show you've ever seen. Kevin Michael Richardson, obviously like a king of VO, and what's his name? SpongeBob, Tom Kenny. He plays like literally has like 3 lines, but it's him. And SpongeBob is like, "What do you mean? we got to get out of here!" You're like,
oh shit! I Tara Strong, Pamela Adlon, and Joe DiMaggio are all also in it. That's wild.
Joe DiMaggio's not in this episode, but he's in the movie.
It says he is.
He's not in the OSIRIS, I don't think.
He's crewman in Flight of the OSIRIS.
Oh, what a squandering of DiMaggio!
Yeah.
He probably just did this, or he said like, "Bite my shiny metal,
bite my shiny metal, crewman,
scratch one grub," or whatever he says.
Behind the sandbags.
And he plays some blitzball. That's a deep cut. All
right. Showman ass, you cowards. We both had that line. Dude should have had a thong on. The army burrowing. Joy goes. Also, something that kind of bugged me about it was Joy in the Matrix. She's basically just doing everything that Neo does without flying. Like she even lands and has like the crazy sound shockwave go off of her. I'm like, I thought that was like a Neo specific thing, right? Isn't it? She's flexing moves that you don't even see Morpheus do. I think this was just more like, again, the toy box aspect of it.
Tech demo.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me so much as I'm just kind of like, she seems almost too powerful for just being a person on a tertiary ship that exists adjacent to like Niobes and Ghosts, people that we played video games as.
This was written by the Wachowskis.
I'm not, listen, I'm saying it doesn't bother me so much as I'm just kind of like, that's weird. Like, why is she able to do this? But, you know, again, I like that she gets the message out, and I like the little conversation with the old lady. Being like,
I do like that part.
Yeah, that part's great.
I do kind of wish that when she dies, the old lady, you see the old lady kind of like walking towards her. Because I'm like, who's that old lady? Is she going to get out?
I thought the old lady was going to turn into an agent, like right in front of her.
I want to
face.
see an old lady Matrix character who's like, because she can go back into the Matrix and be as young or old as she wants. I'd like her to go back in as like an old lady and just kick the shit out of a bunch of agents as a woman, you know.
And then it cuts back to her body that's like plugged in, like in the real world, but like really like breaking her limbs. She's got like blood coming out of her.
Yep.
Would she have like that old lady perm in the real world? Or?
Yeah, it goes back. No, she has the curls in.
Yeah. The
curls
curls
got them in there. Yeah, and they're like falling out. Okay. She's.
All right. Should we move on to second?
I also wrote this is just a trailer for the other movie. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Marketing material.
I think the only other thing I ranked this one a 4 out of 10 when I was giving.
Damn.
I was going through all of it. I was a little harsh on it. I won't lie, but I think I have a very low tolerance for this sort of like early 2000s version of what they thought sensual was when it's actually just kind of leery.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'd give it a 3 out of 5.
I give it an 8 out of 9 because there's 9 of them, and it appears as 8 out of 9.
Actually, that's a good. I wrote mine down, and it is an 8 out of 9 for me as well.
I'll give it a 7, solid 7.
I said I liked it. I didn't say I liked. The only one I didn't like.
I think I audibly groaned when her butt shot, the butt shot. I went, oh god, because I'm like, they're not going to give us a wiener shot. I know they're not going to give us a wiener shot.
Oh hell no.
They gave us a nice veiny chest shot. I guess, like some nice vascular, sweaty chest. Or I'm like, at least they're giving in to everybody's gaze and not just the pervy male gaze.
It was when the main character did like those sort of 3 different moves from falling to the ground that I sort of rolled my eyes, and it was like, this is what everyone who hasn't seen The Matrix thinks The Matrix is like.
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
It was like when people do like a high dive and they have to do a bunch of like spins, but like she kept changing which dive she wanted to do like midway through. She's like, now I'm going to do this type of dive, then I'm going to do this type of dive.
Like when you're playing a Spider-Man game and you're doing all those little moves as you're going through.
Yeah.
Hold left on the D-pad and
Let's move on and go to the next one.
The Second Renaissance Part 1.
I think we can just talk about this as one full one. We don't need to go into the 2 parts, right?
And the Second Renaissance Part 2. This is my favorite part of the whole movie because it's scarily... In 2003, it was like ridiculous. AI and machines will never take over. In 2026, it's like, this is happening in 10 years, the beginning of this. As soon as we have home robots doing manual labor for us, and Detroit Becomes Human starts happening. I don't know if you guys played that, but we're like on the precipice of, I think that we'll see
Bicentennial Man, iRobot, Detroit Become Human. That one episode of the Orville where we realized that Isaac is actually a vacuum that went sentient. All of it. It's an excellent example of like science fiction at its best, which is like when machines not go bad, but decide that they want to be independent from humanity.
Right.
Well, it's interesting because they take the perspective of sympathy towards the robots.
Yeah,
for almost all of it.
Absolutely.
Which is really
Spence, do you want to give the synopsis for this one?
Yeah, sure. So this one is basically just a recount of it takes a future perspective of what happened from the fall of humanity and the rise of AI and robotics, and then it plays with the theme of are robots sentient or not? Do they have rights? It's sort of like there's this civil rights kind of component to it, and ultimately there's a war between the humans and the machines, and the robots try and be diplomatic for a period of time, but that doesn't work, and humanity just wants to wipe them out. And in their own hubris, they scorch the sky. That's why the sky is scorched by the time the Matrix movie happens. And so it's like an act of suicide of the species just to win the war, which they don't win anyways. And so the robots then have to find an alternative source of power, because the reason for the sky is because the robots were dependent on solar power before that. And they use the energy generated by humans and harvest that for energy, and they wipe out humanity.
All right.
And so it's just like a retelling of human history from now until the Matrix happens.
Zardos.
Zardos approves.
Gosh, you saved us again, Spence. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate, and it's I don't know how you guys felt about it, because it's taken from the very opening. Is like, it's almost like what's the god, the Hindu god that's at the center of the earth? Is it Shiva? Who's like exists in this? It almost looks like that, but it's supposed to be this archivist for the Zion archives, which is Zion is the last human city, right? But it almost feels like this is an AI in herself, the narrator, the person telling us this story. And as you say, Spencer, like the whole perspective of this story almost feels like it's the robots are telling the story.
It's revisionist history.
Or it's propaganda by the robos.
Unreliable narrator. All of those things.
Yeah,
it's my favorite of all of it, because I really like the animation style. It reminds me of the music video "Do the Evolution" by Pearl Jam, and it really is a great snapshot of the way. Like, we're in the beginning of a cyberpunk dystopian like future, and this is probably how it's going to go.
Yeah, I can remember.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
I was gonna say one of the things that I really like about it is that it feels like robot propaganda trying to demonize and and pin all of this on the human beings, right down to every single segment that you see of humans. They're cackling monsters and they're like chanting "kill the robots" and all of this stuff. It feels very propaganda, but everything that she's saying also feels like a prophet or like a religious text, something that's been written in some sort of robot Bible. And because it's being told from the perspective of Zion, it seems like this is an ancient text that the humans found, and it's like this was created by robots, so this is what the robots say happened, but we don't know. But everything we know about the robots in the Matrix is that they are very logical and they are recording everything, and so maybe this is exactly what happened. But the fact that they're sort of injecting this idea of human beings being monsters is like maybe they have more humanity in them than we gave them credit for, where they're able to look at what the humans did and call it monstrous, so that perspective is there. I think it's interesting on a million different levels. It's also, I think, the longest one, right? Like they clearly thought about this pretty heavily. But yeah, what were you gonna say, Spence? We can go into every little detail of this one.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I find it interesting because I remember one of the criticisms of there wasn't much criticism, but one of the criticisms was originally like that it was kind of, all the sort of imagery that that like riffs on Tiananmen Square and like Vietnam and all that kind of stuff was like hyperbole and maybe a little distasteful. And I feel like this film, though, has just like aged like a fine wine because it's just becoming more and more topical as technology advances. And so somehow now that doesn't feel like science fiction so much anymore. It doesn't feel like hyperbole anymore. And the fact that there's this kind of spiritual undertone and how it deals with, because it deals with like, it begs the question, like, do robots, at what point do we have to treat them like sentient creatures? At what point do they have a soul? Like we consider ourselves having a soul, at least some people do. And so giving it that spiritual gravitas, I think, was the perfect way to go. And it's only gotten better because of that.
Yeah. Which is wild too, because they try to destroy all the robots. The robots go make their own sort of like Wakanda, basically. And then they rule the markets because all the technology is coming out of the robot place at the most efficient, effective level. And then the robots are like, look, we know that we have you guys cornered. Like, just work with us. And of course, the humans, like they do, because of the racism undertone.
That felt like a contingency to me, though. Robots are smart, guys. They're like, if we make them dependent on us, then they'll have to accept us, right?
That's a good point. But still, they still did extend the olive branch first, and the first thing they do is like jail their diplomats.
Well, I think the way
nuke the sky.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They basically make all of humanity dependent on them by creating AI, and then that AI creates better AI, and then they integrate all of their technology into everything that's being made on the planet to the point that all of the finances and capital of humanity is plummeting, and their finances are rising, and that's when they extend the olive branch, when they're like, well, now they need us, so we can go. But they did that, right? Like they're able to do that, so they put them in so they're kind of evil as well. But you don't see this in the perspective of the movie. It's like, we did everything right and they were fucking assholes about it. And it's like, well, if that was happening, you would see it as what you hear on the news every day, where it's like they're taking over the world, they're capitalizing on planet Earth instead of just within their own country or whatever.
Well, what's funny about that is I feel like often science fiction, what it does is it kind of gives you it holds up the mirror to how we are in some other way. And so, again, like using imagery of the civil rights movement and stuff, it's like a reflection on things that we still struggle with in our humanity, like racism. But just to finish that thought, but then the funny thing about it is, so they use robots and AI as a way to kind of illustrate that. But now, again, that narrative just is almost becoming a literal narrative that we will face perhaps very soon. So it's kind of weird. It's like a double thing.
Well, the humans created the robots in the first place. That's why I'm on the robot side here. It's like they created this problem for themselves, which we're doing right now. Yeah. So I can't really feel bad for the humans, especially when they retaliate by killing themselves harder.
Yeah.
I mean, we're also kind of
cut off your nose to spite your face type situation.
Spider face?
Spider face?
Spider face?
We're also skipping over the major sort of part of this whole story, which is that one robot out of all the robots is being flagged for decommissioning by its owner and doesn't want to die and kills its owner. That's what sparks
Yes.
the entire revolution, right?
And all their cats.
I said out loud to my screen, why did you program the robot to do that? And that's like Asimov's.
They didn't do that. This is like the what's his name from Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Where he's like, if you create enough rules around something, it doesn't matter because that thing is intelligent and it will find a way out, and it did, and that's what happened, right? Like they definitely programmed all the robots to be like, do your job and nothing else, and when it's time for you to die, it's time for you to die. But this one robot probably had too many interactions with human beings and learned too much from us that it would be able to create a loophole somehow logically within its own programming or whatever. I do not like what they named that robot. It seems like a very sort of heavy-handed. I'm like, is this what I think it is? Yeah. It's BI66ER, which if you write it down, you're like, oh, I see what you've done. I see what you've done, Wachowskis, you psychopaths.
Yeah, I have as a note in here, strangely heavy-handed at times for how subdued it is at other times.
I like joyous it is at other times.
It's like you'll name the robot that, and then you'll also have it's like they're calling it the Million Machine March, and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
But see, I think that's got less content. Like I feel like that doesn't stand out as much now. It still does, but if we come back and do this podcast again in 25 years. Like, will it still be that? Like, I feel like it definitely was that when it came out, and now I just feel like it's still that, but lesser so. I don't know.
I think for me, it's just like we get it. We understand the metaphor, and we understand the allegory that's happening here. But for them to just like, and now we're also going to name it something that is something from actual history. I'm like, okay, yes. We understand. I mean, I'm glad that it's just sort of echoey news reporters, and it's not like directly in your face, but it's a little bit heavy-handed at times. That doesn't mean that it's bad. I think that it's one of those things where you're like, I appreciate everything that's happening here, especially considering it's supposed to be, in my opinion, this like really egregious propaganda from the AI.
Clanker propaganda.
Yeah.
There's a lot. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. Even with that, even with it being kind of heavy-handed at times, I still think this is easily one of the best segments, pound for pound, even like visually and narratively. And I kind of to bounce off of what you said earlier, Spencer. I think this one does a really great job of kind of holding a mirror up to like humanity's tendencies overall, like on a broader kind of scale than the other ones. And there was never a point in this where I was having the feeling of like, are these robots actually alive? I seldom really do. And really what I was kind of more focused on was kind of like what our empathy and our cruelty towards them, these things we created, says about us more than anything, like our propensity to not only go to war with them, but to be very cruel about it.
Yeah.
That I found way more fascinating than any of the, I guess, other lofty questions it's kind of asking.
It's also too like when they're naming things the Million Robot March and having this like Tiananmen Square imagery, are they humans who are like rational thinkers not going, you guys realize that this is just the same but with robots, right?
Well, there are, right? You see in those segments where they're having the marches, there are humans marching with the robots too, right? Like, and they're getting killed as well. So they're within the world here. There are humans who are like, no, look, C-3PO is a proud gay robot. He's like, yes, just let me and R2 get married already. And you're like, okay, but like. I think that's exactly what humanity is all the time. Every time we run into anything, it's like there are going to be people that are fighting for the rights of the people that exist, who are being tread upon. And as you said, Patrick, humanity's cruelty comes out at the highest levels and trickles down into this like inferno of rage, to the point that each image you see in this is becoming more and more violent and more monstrous. To the point that they have that like really disturbing one where it's like it looks like a woman and she's being beaten and her
Ugh.
clothes are being ripped off and it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
some sort of android underneath it and you're like, holy hell.
But it is like history is very cyclical, so I guess it would
Yeah.
make sense that they would just redo everything, but with the robots.
Mm-hmm.
But that was still heavy-handed.
Well, we all know that AI
But
just steals from
it's
originality,
true,
right?
yeah.
They'll
that's
call
also-
it the Million Machine March. And all the robots are like, good, yes.
But I think that kind of stuff is just clever because you could never show you could never show that in a live action movie, a bunch of dudes just fucking beating the fuck out of a woman. And so it masks something that is real. It happens in real life and it's terrifying. And it does it in this fantastical way that still gives you that like sinking feeling like that. You feel like icky watching it.
Agreed.
And so it's just like, it's just a sleight of hand, you know? It's great.
Yeah. It's a sleight of hand, but it's also the hand is slapping you right in your face. Stop. Your sleight of hand is too strong. It hurts.
Which, to be clear, I don't think stylistically is out of character for the Matrix. It's not like the first Matrix is particularly subtle, and I think it's better for it
Absolutely,
as a.
Yeah.
I think the Wachowskis in general they're not masters of subtlety. They love to just like show you like this is what we're doing, and you're like, okay. Which also shows the audience for these movies tons and tons of intelligent people, but then also just like an army of idiots who even though it's being shoved in their face, are like, Neo's cool. I'm Neo. Like,
You're Superman. So, Superman was Jesus.
So I'm Neo.
Yes, I think one of the innocent bystanders of the recent culture wars of late, the red pill, blue pill analogy, I want to reclaim that. It's too beautiful to be ruined by bullshit argumentation and whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, instead in our reality, you take the red pill and become a racist and a sexist
exactly.
and a homophobe and a conspiracy weirdo.
Yeah.
And ironically, a transphobe, which is
a transphobe.
the ultimate irony of the Matrix.
Yeah. Well, there's also, I believe, there's also black pilled now. So I don't know what it means, but
Jesus Christ! I know there's no way I'm going to like learning about that.
But you're going to go down that rabbit hole.
I think that's just if you're iron deficient, you take a black pill and it gives you more iron.
Just before we move on, this was directed by Mihiro Maeda and the animation studio is Studio 4C. Interesting looking at the stuff that Studio 4C has done. They produced Memories, which we're going to be doing next week. They also did two of the shorts for Batman Gotham Knight, which we're doing later this month, and two of the shorts in Halo Legends, which you guys were talking about earlier.
Crazy. These guys love anthology films.
It's true.
I imagine that they probably did like there's a pretty much an exact version of this type of thing in the Halo Legends where it's just a 2-parter lore dump about the universe. I imagine that's the one that they did.
I remember that one.
It's stylistically exactly the same as this one.
The Babysitter and Origin.
It shows how like the Covenant went to all the planets and like found all the different races or whatever. Yeah, I remember that one. I haven't seen that in so long either. I'm scared to rewatch it, Patrick. You've scared me away from ever revisiting.
Highs and lows. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
The two Batman shorts are good ones, though. Have I Got a Story for You? I think is the one where the kids are talking about
that one Batman. Rolls. It's an anthology within the anthology where they each tell their story of how they saw Batman be a Dracula and be an Iron Man and stuff.
And then Working Through Pain is the one where Batman's all messed up from fighting.
But he also punches a guy so hard that he flies through the air and vomits while he's in the air.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in a couple of weeks. But Mahiro,
the end of this one is like, again, it's told through this AI who seems to be this sort of like center of the earth figure, very much on the side of the robots. And then it's when the war begins where she's like, and then the humans said, let there be light. Again, very like, it's like she's writing her own Bible. And then she's like, also let there be fire and pain and suffering and gravity. And guess what? We're immune to all those things. The humans aren't. And they do this kind of cool visual thing that, again, it's a little heavy-handed, but I really like the visual metaphor of the robotic warhorse with the robot blowing the horn, and it's showing their triumph until the humans are eventually able to fight back, and it deteriorates and falls apart. But you also have like the robot soldiers. Like up until the Matrix so far, every time you see a robot, it's always like a squid or a spider or something that is so far divorced from what humanity is and what humans look like. Whereas the beginning of the war, it's like C-3POs and what's that guy from Power Rangers? Like what's his name? Alpha. Yeah, they all look like C-3POs and Alphas in this war, and they're just getting the shit blown out of them. And then what happens is they're like, now we're gonna bring our squid army to fuck you up. And I think it's like, it's beautiful where they had to remove themselves from what they were put into as humans. Like this is what you built us as in your image, and the way we're going to defeat you is becoming your worst fucking nightmares, like things from the bottom of the sea you can't handle, and we'll give you nightmares forever. I think that the visual metaphor there was like super powerful for me. And then I think they have this thing where after that everything collapses and the humans are losing, and then it shows a human in the same sort of perspective style, walking and slowly burning while they're trapped inside a gear with all these gears. Oh god, they're now trapped inside the war machine and it's burning them alive. This is great.
It's so sick.
The ending 3 minutes of part 2 have easily the most striking imagery, I think, in the whole movie. Like the
politicians clapping, and then it cuts to like the skull, like in the clack clack clack.
Mm-hmm.
So sick.
I really loved that, like I have written human tower, Jesus Christ. That visual was just fantastic for me.
Yeah.
When it zooms out to one battery and then it zooms out to
there's
field
also a moment
of batteries.
Before it goes into the explanation of how it's like, and then the robots had to figure out a power source. It shows a tower moving through the battlefield, and it already has all those little pods all over it. And this is before they've, in terms of the narrative, figured out how to use humans as batteries. So that I'm like, is that full of like cows and foxes and like rats and shit? Like they're just using anything that they can scrounge up. Like there's like a pineapple in there having a nightmare or whatever. Like you're like, what is in there? They're using
the pineapple
for energy, right?
I think that's the one thing that you have to kind of overlook with the whole Matrix concept is like there's so many other things biological. There's so much more simple than things that you could create a little like.
You know what? Neil deGrasse Tyson said that The Matrix is his favorite movie, and that the human battery concept does not work, but he's okay with it.
Yeah. You just have to worry with that, and it's all fine.
And if it's good for Neil, it's good for me. That's what I always say.
I think he's good friends with Lawrence Fishburne as well.
I mean, you'd know better than I would.
No, it just means that he has to like it, right? Because they're friends.
Didn't Lawrence Fishburne once say to you, Spencer, call me Fish?
I saw him in a grocery store one time, and everybody was like, "Whoa, Morpheus!"
Lawrence Fishburne, I've never misspelled your name.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, I also love the Congress scene where it's like, especially like the first part where they throw them out and destroy them, the two diplomats that are there to be like, we're extending olive branch, but they're giving them an apple, which I also like the visual metaphor of like the apple falling and slowly it turns into worms, then it turns into a wormy brain that turns into like a robot. Oh, this is what poisoned the robots against the humans, is their offer of peace has now turned into a horrible rotted mind.
It's like the Adam and Eve.
Yeah,
right?
You're telling me that the apple is an Adam and Eve metaphor, Jason? You son of a bitch.
But then, if you notice the diplomat near the end that looks like a sentinel, when they're like when that self-destructs and it's a nuclear bomb and wipes out Manhattan or whatever, it's also holding an apple. But it's so obvious that it's like, this is no longer a negotiation. We're just declaring that we're wiping you out, and it's like just insane. The imagery is just so cool.
I also like assume that that's like the last of the United Nations of Earth, and it blows up specifically to be like, these are the last people that could ever maybe fuck around with us. I also love that his signature is a barcode. Like I'm like,
yeah.
It's like
that was awesome.
Yeah. I think one of my favorite pieces is when the kid's in the snow and it's going up to the house and the parents turn into agents, and it's literally like left the humans out in the cold. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
that. Like the humans
It's
are children
terrifying.
left out in the cold. Like that's awesome because the robots are just infinitely more sophisticated and advanced. And they were just, but they did it to themselves. That I'm going to stand on that. I'm going to die on that hill that the humans just ended up in this situation because of their own hubris. And we're going down a bad road with these data centers going up everywhere, man.
I think that's the
Going down a
crazy
bad
thing.
road for 1,000 years. So whatever.
Yeah.
You guys think we'll see the continent of 01 in our lifetime? They called it 01.
Zero. As heavy-handed as it often gets, the crazy thing is like you could very easily see humans reacting that way the entire time, and that's what's so terrifying about it.
We nuked the sky. We nuked it.
Yeah.
Well, I think that like at the beginning of this, right? Like the beginning of the episode, I think it's supposed to be somewhere near like 2099, right? Like, and it's showing humanity and they're all in like these massive tower cities and they're just drinking and bumping into robots being like, excuse me, Pierre, and like, you know, like throwing their glasses off the balconies and stuff. And everybody is basically living in an ivory tower where no one works anymore, but like the glass, you fall the glass down, it shatters on the hard hat of a robot. And there's just like these droves of machines that are doing all the work that humanity was supposed. And this is the main argument that everybody says now, right? Where like everybody's upset about AI art and AI writing and all of this stuff, which I obviously agree with. But everybody always says like, weren't we supposed to make AI to do all the bullshit we don't want to do? Sit around and get fucked up all day.
Yeah.
It's like, well, yeah, but this is what will happen: is the robots will eventually be like, why can't we get fucked up all day? I would also like to get fucked up.
Well, the short talks about it. They're like, things were good for a while. The robots did the labor, and we got fucked up all the time. And then
until one robot went crazy and killed his owner or whatever, skinned his face. It's a really gruesome.
Awesome. Yeah. The war sequences towards the end too are really awesome. I really enjoy when the one robot like opens up one of the human mechs. The human mechs also look terrible. Like I was like the design for the human mechs are much worse than the cool robots, and it like pedals the person out of it. So cool.
Yeah, I really loved there was a few shots that were like from like the soldiers like cameras and stuff like that. Something about that like looked extra, almost like upsetting because they were filming them like doing like certain drugs before going into battle and getting hyped up and stuff. And I kind of like that idea that like this is what humanity chose to film right before what was supposed to be their finest hour. Just like little things like that, I think really gave me like a sort of really grounded me in that world.
Was probably influenced. The Iraq War was happening at the time, and that's what the Iraq War was like. They were just giving them drugs and sending them into the desert. You know, like there's some parallels there too of the actual time that this came out, which I think is really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I also think it's just like war in general. Every war.
You're right.
That. You know, like they're always like, all right, fellow Nazis, take these pills and you'll never fall asleep again. And the Nazis are like, okie dokie. And they go and get their legs blown off and they're still like, I'm going to bite him. I'll bite him to death. Yeah.
I think there's a World War II story that's like similar to that.
Isn't that Captain Inglourious Bastards? I'm pretty
sure. Oh, yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking.
They call him Bitey.
Do you remember
72 hours?
At the beginning of like Kingdom Heaven when that like Super Jack Viking guy gets like shot right in the fucking neck and like, shot like 3 arrows like Boromir, and he's just like fights an entire fight sequence for like 10 minutes and then dies.
And then he dies, yeah. Like the mountain from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, basically.
He's just got like a bunch of poison running through his veins and he still manages to knock all of his teeth out and gouge his eyes out of his face. Very gross.
Very awesome, but very gross.
I love that it ends with a nuclear explosion destroying the rest of humanity and sealing the fate of humanity. I think overall for me, this is like, it's because, you know, the most we've ever gotten is Morpheus being like, we're the ones who scorched the sky. And they put us back into 1999 because they said it was the best time of humanity. Like everybody.
Find the lie.
I mean, I used to be like, yeah, right. And now I'm like, yeah, right. Correct. Absolutely correct. Yeah.
At least like between 99 and like 2010. Pretty good. had it pretty
Yeah.
good for a while.
Yeah, 2008, they were finally getting rid of homophobia in a good way. Where I'm like, oh, compelling gay characters that aren't tropes. I'm
Yeah, right.
excited. Yeah.
The pendulum's
Yeah.
kind of swung back the other way a little bit
Oh,
on that
God,
one.
it's
But
getting crazy.
now it's like, anyway, we don't have to get into that.
Don't we? We will eventually.
Yes.
I don't have a ton more to say about this except it's 2 out of 9 for me, baby. As
Yeah, it's
in-
1 out of 9, and it's a 5 out of 5 for me.
It was my 4th favorite when put together, and I gave it a collective score of an 8 out of 10. I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, I love this one. I forgot about it too. As soon as it started, I was like, "Oh, is this?" And then I was sitting there on the edge of my seat the whole time, which is,
we should be
the
clear.
next
for the
one
viewer.
I wasn't.
I think for this rating system is kind of weird. Where like the higher the number, the worse it is. So 8 out of 10 is bad. 2 out of 10 is good for me.
Yeah,
at
1 out
least.
of
That's
10.
what's working for me.
It was number 2 for me, and I give it a 10.
I'm excited to hear what your number 1 is, Spencer. And I'm excited to hear what your 1, 2, 3 is, Patrick. Jesus. You put 3 above this one.
Yeah.
Are we good to move on to the next one?
Move on to the next one.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is Kid Story.
Kid Story. Wow. Patrick, do you want to try and synopsize this one for us?
The basic synopsis of this is there's a high school kid who keeps having very vivid dreams and is convinced that there's something out there he doesn't quite know how to explain. And partway through being in class one day, he's told by Neo that he's not hallucinating, that he needs to wake up. And then the rest of the short is a chase sequence through a high school, involves some skateboarding, and ends with a kid falling from a great height and exiting the Matrix.
Yeah. I think we should also say that his dreams are often him falling to his death.
Yes.
And with that, Patrick, you have to open your eyes wide for Zardos's approval or disapproval.
Zardos approves.
You're safe. You saved us again.
What if he doesn't approve? Does the podcast just end? And we all
I mean,
die?
I have
Yeah.
a Zardoff disapproves recording. We can see what happens when I play it. I don't know.
There's no way to tell.
Before we get into this, this is another Studio 4C animation directed by Shinichiro Watanabe, who wrote Cowboy Bebop. So I don't know. The animation style was unique. They almost used what's known as squiggle vision, if you remember that that era of animation in the 90s, where
I think it's a combination of that, but also not that, where it's because Squiggle Vision is just like 5 drawings of the same drawing constantly flipping through each other to make it look like there's motion that isn't there, but they are sort of adding motion to it as well, right? So it's like a traditional animation mixed with that, which I think kind of works so well for the content of what this is.
It's
The concept
sick.
of the idea. Yeah,
It's very
fucking
brilliant.
I remember as a kid, this one, I was like, I fucking hate this one. I hate
Yeah,
this one so much. And I would skip it a lot because I was like, I don't care. Like, I get it. He gets out. It has jumped so much higher on my list in terms of like the content, the execution, and what the art style is trying to evoke in you when you're watching it, which I didn't get as a kid. I was like, it's so barfy looking. It looks like everybody barfed everywhere. Why is this in barf vision? And I'm like, no, barf vision is exactly what you want for this. It's the only way to do it. You can't do it in any other style other than barf vision.
I think while I
Sorry,
don't dislike this one, I think every single other one is better.
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think this one might I know, like, of everything we just talked about, I think this one might be subtly the darkest one in a way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's just like a kid that wants to commit suicide, but the Matrix is real in this situation, so it's like hopeful, but it's kind of not because it's just too real. Like
at the end, when they're like, he was a troubled kid, that's the moment that I was like, oof, this is.
The idea is not that he wants to commit suicide; it's that he is continuously having a vision of himself committing suicide, which is the Matrix kind of like almost glitching out and telling him how to leave, right? Like it's like the Matrix has chosen him for something. It's almost like a parallel to Neo, where Neo knows there's something out there. This kid doesn't, but he keeps being told by the Matrix through his dreams to exit. The exit is to kill yourself.
It's almost exactly the same story as Neo's exit from the Matrix. Like, he's talking to the person on the computer. He has to dodge the agents on the way out of the school. That's the chase element of it. And then instead of taking the pill, he jumps off.
This is also the character in the movies that like idolizes Neo and like chases him around. And he's got a huge role in the movies. Like this character is a major part of Reloaded. Not Reloaded, but in Revelations, he's like the one who like saves the day in the giant mech at the end. Like, this kid is like an actual Matrix character.
They filmed one of the Star Wars movies.
I don't know.
Not the character, but the actor.
Oh, the kid from, I remember the kid from Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, he's like
I shot Dooku in his ass. Like what? The hell?
They filmed him. I know that they filmed him, like the actual actor, and then they animated. Just to see how he would do it.
You can tell too. It's one of those things. Where it's very clear that they took. What is it called when you
rotoscope?
Rotoscoping, yeah.
Is it rotoscoping? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Also, I just realized what you were talking about, Jason. The character Mouse from The Matrix 1 is Sleaze Bagano in Attack.
Oh, yeah.
Buy some death sticks.
Okay,
yeah. So we got there. We figured it out, folks. Good thing we both know what we're talking about.
Sleaze Bagano.
Yeah, Sleaze Bagano.
Best name ever.
Oh, George.
Yeah. A little bit too much. Maybe too much.
Your name is Sleaze Bagano. What do I do? You sell drugs. You're a drug dealer.
You're sleaze bag.
Yeah. Okie dokie. You know I was in the Matrix, right? I don't care. I don't give a shit.
What's that?
Action. So this one is, I think, it kind of like fluctuated to number 1 for me while I was watching this.
Wow.
A couple of times where I was like, I think that's the best one. I think it might be like a breakneck race by the end of this where I'm like, it might fluctuate based on our conversation because it's still sort of there. It's hovering around number 1 for me. I think this one is like, it's the most impressive in terms of its purpose, its execution, and its involvement with the lore at large in terms of the movies, but also extending the lore of how the Matrix works in a way that is like super compelling to me. It does so much. It covers so many bases in terms of like what I like about the Matrix, how it is involved in the actual story of the Matrix, the character in the Matrix that I was always kind of like, this kid's kind of annoying, but then it's like, then you see where he came from this short, and you're like, oh, this makes so much more sense as to why he's so grateful for Neo getting him out, and Neo's always like, I didn't save him, he saved himself, or whatever, like that kind of thing. But they're just like, okay. He did save himself, and you know what? He keeps saving himself in the movies. So like its connection to that heightens even this for me in my mind. Even like I was watching it and I'm like, oh, this is his break free from uniformity or whatever, right? Like it's showing his locker and it's like all the lockers are the same except for his locker. And I was like, what is that, a dragon on there? What the fuck is on his locker? So I like took a screenshot of it and then I rotated it. This is the image. And I'm like, oh, it's a bird. Oh, it's a fire-breathing bird. Oh, it's a phoenix. He's a phoenix. He dies and he comes back. I'm like, okay, he's a literal phoenix in the world of the Matrix. Like that's cool. That's cool. And the way that it's like you would never. I just thought it was scribbles at first, and then I went back and I'm like, no, that's got to be something because these people don't put things in here for no reason. The Wachowskis, they know what they're doing. Yeah, I don't know. How do you guys feel about this one overall?
Well, I'm a huge fan of anything Watanabe, so I naturally just kind of have a bias towards it in that regard. I think my favorite part about it is that it sort of adds this punk rock kind of element to like themes of the Matrix with the skateboarding and the breakneck pace of it all. I was very fascinated by not only the animation, but like what kind of process went into it. And apparently, according to Watanabe, they like the only reason they were able to make it look that way is because they had upwards of 3 years to work on it, and what he described as a healthy budget in order to do it, because they basically did the line work and then had to do like tracing of it in order to do the colorization of it afterwards. So it was a movie that was effectively drawn twice
It's so
And
crazy.
I think it pays off wonderfully.
Yeah, and like
yeah.
what I was saying before, where it's like this is the perfect art style, is like I didn't really think about it until that moment where he's eating toast, and it looks so fucked up. Like everything about it looks fucked, and I'm like, this is like a nightmare. And I'm like, oh, it's supposed to be like a dream. Everything is a dream. Yeah, like and throughout all of it, everything is all scribbly and weird, and that's how when you wake up from a dream, everything doesn't really kind of blend together properly. And even that shot where the agents are chasing them, they're running as though they would run forwards, but they're running backwards, and then they're sort of like flipping between their heads being forward and backwards. I'm like, he is caught in this nightmare. His dreams feel more real than his nightmares feel. This is meant to be a dream. Oh, this is the perfect art style. And then I kind of like wanted to send an email in a time machine, like yelling at my 14-year-old self, being like, "You're a fucking idiot. You didn't understand that, you stupid fool." I mean, it's great to feel smart when you're almost 40. But when you're, you know. Jason, how do you feel about it?
I am rewriting my list because after talking about Final Flight and how it's for like promotional material, and you kind of enlightening me coming out of the Matrix a little bit in our conversation earlier this afternoon, and me thinking about it after that a little bit more, I was kind of like, the animation is like too much for me, and it's kind
I
of
think
just
Jason just went to the bathroom and ate a bunch of red pills.
Yeah. I'm putting this, I'm moving this up at least to number 8 now, because I like the animation styles and the stories better in a lot of the other ones, but this one is definitely the heaviest in a lot of ways, because it's such a singular, small, low-level story, but probably the most relatable thing out of everything, except for like the Renaissance stuff. Because we've all been in high school, we've all been through situations where, you know, I personally thought that the Matrix was calling out to me a couple of times. I used to write stories about this thing called the Mind Internet, because I'd seen the Matrix. I was just ripping it off. It's total rip off. It was a parody. It was like it was just like a joke.
Mind Internet. The Mind Internet.
The Mind Internet. But
by Silent Films.
Yeah, I wanted to like ride a skateboard.
There's
and
a lot of really shitty CGI dinosaurs in the Internet.
But the fact that this ties into the Matrix better than Final Flight of the Osiris in a much more philosophical way, I think that pushes it up for me. And the skateboard sequence is kind of dope, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Because the skateboard chase is always great.
Also, the music in it was pretty good. Like,
yeah,
there's some good music throughout all of it, but it does feel very sort of like club sequence in the movies, and like where it's like bam, 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 ka-dunk, ka-dunk, ka-dunk. Like I'm like, oh, this is almost too Blade for me. But the music in this one felt appropriate to the character. Like it felt like it had sort of it had this gravity that I'm like, oh, this is the theme song for this character. Whereas a lot of the other ones are like, this is the theme song for war. War is happening.
Well, I think Don Davis oversaw the music for the whole thing, and he's just incredible. Like the range, like he doesn't always use original scored music. They pull a lot of, you know, like the Matrix movie, Marilyn Manson, Prodigy, and whatever. But it's just so it always just fits. Like, and I think he oversaw the whole Animatrix, and the sound design as well, and all of them is so amazing.
Yeah, it's good.
I think me and Spencer for our whole lives have had an ongoing joke where like a movie will end. If we're watching it together, we'll be like, "What you say? What you say?"
Nah, 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 nah.
No matter the movie, it could be like Toy Story or whatever.
Executive producer Dick Wolf also. That's one that I like.
I think for me, I mean, I feel like this is one we could talk about for a very long time because of the implications. But like, I do think that, what was it like? Trinity's line at the end where she's like, "I thought that like self-transubstantiation was impossible or whatever." And then,
what a line!
Yeah. And it's like, I guess the implication is like nobody's ever killed themselves in the Matrix, and then woken up. It's impossible. Like we've never seen it before, which to me is like everything they've said about Neo has been impossible, and now this kid has done something impossible as well, which is really fucking cool, which means that he's important. And in the grand lore of the Matrix, he is important. He's the one that basically stops Zion from being destroyed. He's the last stand. He pulls out Professor Vagina Face. Remember when he gets his face all fucked up and he's like, come on, Kurt, get me out of here. And then he gets in there and finishes the job. And I'm like, yeah, he saved Zion. He's very important to the survival of humanity. I think I bumped the second Renaissance down to 3, and I'm putting this one up to 2 because I think it's not quite 1 for me, but it's there.
Can I posit a question? Is him pulling himself out of the Matrix by killing himself, is that lore breaking in the same way as Laura Dern turning the ship and firing it through the fleet of Imperial ships in The Last Jedi and kind of breaking the canon of like what hyperspace can be in terms of weaponizing?
No, but it is on par with Kiadi Mundi, his birthday being at the wrong time or whatever. Yeah. No, I don't think it. I think it just shows that the Matrix is a lot more malleable than you would think it would be, and there's so much more to explore. And this kind of thing is why it's so fun, right? Where it's like this guy got out of the Matrix by killing himself in the Matrix, whereas like everybody else who's died in the Matrix just dies in their pod and goos out or whatever. Like I guess they get turned into porridge for other goo brains to.
I actually woke up outside of the Matrix. I was eating a ham sandwich and I choked on it. And it turns out you can be jacked out by choking on a ham sandwich. I'm the only one. I'm the one.
Like, what you say? What you say?
I thought this was impossible.
Yeah.
No one's ever choked on a ham sandwich and escaped the Matrix before.
Yeah.
I guess there's a first time for everything.
It becomes the most reliable way to do it, so they start fucking teaching people
Instead of the phones, it's a ham sandwich choke.
There's like a deli owner who's like, do you want the red sandwich or the blue sandwich?
Oh man. I would place this one at 8, and I would give this one a 4 out of 5, I think. And that's a discussion based moving it up in my
8?
8
That's
out of
second
9.
to last.
I know, but I'm still giving it a 4 out of 5.
Okay. That's crazy to me, but okay.
I just like the other...
Wait. 8 as in it's your best or it's the worst?
It's not the worst. Out of the 9 movies.
Oh, it's 8 out of 9.
It's number 8. Yeah. But I rated a 4 out of 5.
I assume above the last flight of the Osiris, the one that's a billboard. And
yes.
Yeah. Like, you know, when it's like, go see the last flight of Osiris and get a free Mountain Dew.
I just love I really loved Program. I really loved Beyond.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's get into Program then, because that's next, right?
We're doing Program. Yeah.
Can I give the synopsis for this one?
Absolutely, you can.
What if Samurai Jack was even hotter? I think that's what it is, right? Program is the concept of this is 2 people inside of a Matrix training program, and they cut themselves off from the ship so that they are completely private. And one of them reveals to the other that they want to go back into the Matrix, and he wants her to join him so that they can go back and be ignorant of the real world and basically live out their lives as lovers within the Matrix, and they'll be able to be free from the horrors of hell, as we've talked about with the concept of the Matrix, is where it's like, which hell do you choose? The blissful ignorance of being in a hell or actually living through hell? Which is sort of like a Cyrus, what's his name? Cypher. Also, Patrick, I'm realizing you're giving a lot of Cypher vibes in a good way. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that is not the first time I've heard that.
He actually had a full head of hair this morning and shaved.
Shaved. Like, I got to look like Pantalones.
Ignorance is bliss.
You're waiting for the perfect time.
Oh, wait.
God.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Spencer's going to stab himself in the back of the head.
Eating a sandwich.
Oh shit. Oh god. Okay, Spencer, why weren't you sitting in that the whole time?
I know. I was just thinking that. I needed to set up a light in the background with like a little like lightning button that I can press.
Yeah. This is chair appropriation. Okay, so the concept is that they're locked in there and one wants to go back in the Matrix and he's trying to convince the other one to. And instead of coming to an agreement, they fight. And he decides he's going to kill her because she will not join him in the Matrix. And they fight to the death. And it's revealed they love each other. But then at the end, there's a major twist. The twist is it was a training program to test her loyalty to the rest of the ship or her ability to not be, what's it called in Harry Potter where they're like, they have to like not let people into their minds, or occlumency or whatever the fuck. It's kind of like that, where he's like training her to not be susceptible to the influence of the Matrix while in the Matrix. But the reason I said what if Samurai Jack is sexier is because the main character is voiced by Philip Lamar, who is the voice of Samurai Jack, and he also plays a big fucking hot samurai in this episode.
So I'll give a little bit of information about this one as far as the writer and director is Yoshiaki Kawajiri, who is famous for
Legend.
Ninja Scroll. Legend?
Ninja Scroll is also known as Legend of the Horniest.
No, he is a legend, not
oh yeah, he was a legend.
Yeah.
He also worked on Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, which is like the movie of Vampire Hunter D, and a bunch of other like great anime. There's a Ninja Scroll series from this exact era, which I wasn't aware of. And he worked on the Marvel anime, which I've seen a bit of, and it's very cool.
Yeah, thank you.
And it was animated by the studio Madhouse.
Spencer's taking the green pill.
Hey, 420, man. Yes. So the Madhouse studio created a lot of anime. Just wow. This list is insane. I can't even.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to name any of that because I don't know enough about anime to have a connection to it. But just trust me, Madhouse is pretty.
I think we all do. We trust you.
Yeah.
I think this one is pretty great.
I love this one.
The art style is so fucking cool. It's like a Japanese wood carving, and like I obviously that was the art style that they were like, we're gonna make it look like one of these sort of like old painted tableaus, and we're gonna just turn it into a beautiful fight. And it is. That's exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The color palette is so succinct. It's like so consistent. It's amazing. I think this is one of the most beautiful ones. It's one of the ones that I think resonated with me the least, unfortunately, because I just don't tend to like latch on to, like, to me, it's just too melodramatic and operatic, but I appreciate it objectively. It's beautiful.
And that's exactly why I like it. I love samurai anime content. I love when somebody gets chopped in half and they go.
Yeah.
Like, I love that.
I think
that part I love when she grabs it and breaks it and stabs it. So cool.
I think, or when he's talking and the statue is like slowly falling off behind him, but he gets through his whole speech before it finally just breaks off. I'm like, this is beautiful storytelling. But I completely agree with you, Spencer, where it's like the melodrama is the point, and that doesn't resonate with me either. But I think that the intentional irony of it is that it's like, we're gonna make one that looks like a beautiful wood carving from ancient Japan, which is a lot of the inspiration of anime, and make it so fucking anime that like all you can think is like, I'm watching anime, even though all of it's anime. This one feels the most anime to me.
Yeah.
This and Beyond feels like a more modern, like slice of life anime, but this feels like when you think of anime, you think of Ninja Scroll.
Sorry, what I mean to say is sort of like the idea of anime is like, what do you think of when you think of anime and Ninja Scroll? Oh, this is what like anime is in your brain.
It feels like you would be watching it off of a bootleg VHS.
Absolutely.
It should have been shittier, like, you know, like, ooh, they should have had VHS lines going through it, like tracking lines.
Why did they put this in the program? The tracking lines are in the program. I do like that when they come out of it, though. It's like it was all you passed, and she just rocks them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One,
What a terrible thing.
I think this was my second favorite out of all of them, and I think that's kind of surprising when you look at like what the story is just on paper. Because I agree, it's really simple. It's very melodramatic, but I think it's a very strong case for style as substance. And I was equally as sort of taken by just how great the animation looks, but also like how restrained they are in a lot of the visuals.
Right.
And like there's just so much great movement in it as well that I think it's very evocative. This one really stuck with me. It would definitely be my second favorite.
I work with a lot of people who are, like younger, like aging Gen Z. And a thing that when I do something good, I do a lot of voice acting. That's my job. And when I give them stuff, the highest compliment I can receive from them is, "That was clean, Steve. Clean." And that's that's how I feel about this. I'm like, clean, very clean. And literally it is clean. Like the colors are crisp and clean. Like that's how I would describe everything when I look at it. Absolutely do not hate this one. It only falls low because of the reasons that you said, Spencer, which is that the melodrama about it is, it's not doing much for me in terms of thought, and the emotion is there. And I think the reveal at the end even cuts its legs out a little bit more for me, where I'm like, oh, it was all a dream kind of thing. I'm like, what's mattering here is not really important. I would have been more impressed if it was a real person doing this than the training program aspect of it. Like she comes out and has to pull his cord out and push him into the hell of hell or whatever. I would have been like, dope. That probably would have made it go up higher for me.
I'm kind of on the opposite end, where like them finding out that it was a simulation. Like I like this idea that just because you have broken free from the Matrix does not mean you are completely free of its influence. Stuff like that.
I didn't consider that, and that's actually a really good point, that like they're training her to not be susceptible to be reintegrated into the Matrix easily. Because one thing that I do really like about this is that it is an extension of that one tiny scene in the Matrix of Cypher being like, I want to go back, I want steak, and I want, pleated pants, and I don't want to have to wear the same stinky holy sweater forever and eat goo. Like I like that it takes that and like extends it into an entire fight sequence, and that's the idea behind it. And it's not about jealousy, it's about love, I guess, is also pretty interesting, but that's also very anime, where I'm like, ugh, I get it. This guy's a selfish prick.
Yeah. I think one thing I can't say, I can't praise enough about it is just the visuals. The shadows in particular, I love how they basically like carve out shape by just like shaping the shadows. Yeah. And I feel like, especially watching it recently, like one of my pet peeves in modern cinematography is that there is no shape and dimension anymore. People kind of coined the Netflix lighting. And it's just like,
it's the opposite of that,
watching the opposite of that, where it's like the light is shape, is form. Like these people are like masters of their craft, and I appreciate that. Like kind of all of them have shape, and they do it in different ways. And it's so cool to see the kaleidoscope of artists and their different take on expression. And this one is like, as Steve just said, it's the cleanest, but it's just really honestly so beautiful.
Also, I didn't coin that term Gen Z. They coined it.
It's clean.
Yeah. But
I placed this one at 3 behind Ren 1 and 2. So
nice.
I would right at the top.
I cannot speak highly enough of Philip Lamar, the voice actor. He's
sick.
One of the greatest voice actors who ever lived.
Yeah.
I had forgotten that he was in this movie at all, and I think this is the only one that he appears in. And he basically is just doing his Samurai Jack voice, which I was like, so crazy that they would just be like, who could we get to play the samurai? Maybe Samurai Jack,
maybe the most prolific samurai on television right now in 2003, probably.
So much. I think one of my goals in life is to meet him and be like, you are the best. You're the best. I love you.
He's got my connection.
My connection to him, well, probably because of Futurama, but my connection to him is Mad TV. hilariously enough.
Yeah.
I really loved
The
him back in
UPS
those
man.
days. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was Orlando Jones.
Didn't I think Philip Lamar played the UPS man?
No, the UPS man was. Uh-oh.
I'm siding with Steve on this one.
I think you might be right, actually. Yep, you're right. I'm a racist.
Turns out that Jason's racist, not
Yeah.
me.
I was thinking of this sketch with Orlando Jones where he keeps sitting on the chair and he farts and then he tries to recreate the fart with the chair. It's like, no, it's just the chair.
That's so similar to the UPS man sketches. I guess you're right.
It's Mad TV. It's all ridiculous.
What if Samurai
My
Jackson-
white mama. Don't make me break my foot up in your ass.
This is also where Bender shows up. He's the one who's like, "You're fine, Smokema," or whatever. I can't remember. Like he just says some name or whatever. Like this is the thing about names in the Matrix is they're all fucked, right? Like they're all usually they have to do with like wires or data motherboards or whatever. Which is why RAM from the Matrix is a perfect name. I don't know why RAM was never actually coined as a name in the Matrix.
It's processor.
The name's RAM from the Matrix.
The name's Heatsink.
Heatsink is good. He would be good. He's a sniper for sure.
For
Heatsink,
sure. Yes.
yeah,
Why did that make so much sense?
because he's Heatsink. Yeah. Okay.
And I give this one a 5 out of 5 as well.
I'm putting this one at number 5. And again, we're at a point now where this is like tight neck and neck. I've already got 1 at 8. And I just moved Kid's Story up to 2 because like as the conversation went, I'm like, it can't be 1. But I already have the Renaissance at 2. I had to move that down. So yeah, this one's at 5.
Are we considering Renaissance one thing?
Yes.
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
Oh,
then
so that means there's 8 in total.
There's 9 total.
I know, but wasn't that
There's
1
8.
and 2?
Yes. Yeah.
So there's 8.
I think that's why I got confused earlier.
Okay. Then this is if Renaissance is still my number 1. This is my second favorite of the whole thing.
This is
It's
also
like
my
Spirit of the
second
Osiris might be knocked down to fucking last. Okay,
Yeah.
well done. No, I'm gonna make it 7 of 8 because I
It's
already
last
know
for me now.
I know.
Yeah,
what the last one is.
Unfortunately, this one too is 7 of 8 for me, but I still give it a 10.
In my heart, it's a 10, but if I had
Yeah.
to list it,
Yeah.
it's a 7. Yeah.
I've got it at a 9 out of 10 for me.
Nice. Which
All
brings
right.
us
I'm
to-
feeling pretty good about this, guys. This is, I thought this was going to be way more difficult than it. Just talking about an anthology of short films, but it's working out pretty well. Maybe
Yeah,
we
it's
should just
also-
turn this into an anthology podcast, Jason. Just every
I'm down.
episode. Like this.
We're gonna run out of them probably.
Where we all have notepads being like,
Yeah, all 6 that have ever been made.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I actually checked like an IMDb list of anthology films, and I was surprised to see that there were 138 entries on it.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So
That's enough.
2 full
That's enough
years.
for what, like 2 years of content, Jason?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I have to go to the washroom, so I'll be right back. But the next one is
World record.
world record. Love
All
this
right.
one. I'll be right back.
I'll cover the synopsis of this one. Essentially, a world record holder runner who is the greatest to ever do it is gearing up for his big race. In the time trials, he's already broken the world record. He's sort of talking to his dad. There's a person, a reporter who's sort of questioning him about it. He's very cocky about the whole thing. And then as he does his run, everything, this one's weird to like, I wouldn't be able to talk about this point by point like I do with most of the movies we do, because everything's sort of happening at the same time. But basically what happens is as he's breaking the sound barrier, like he's hitting the fastest a human can run. All of his, and they're warning him about this as he's about to do this run, all of his muscles start popping, but he's able to complete the run at like the fastest that anybody's ever completed I think it's like the mile or the 500 meter.
100 meter, yeah.
100 meter.
8.72 is his time.
And he manages to make it over the finish line. But as he's crossing the finish line, the agents are all like, oh, he's doing it, and he's leaving the Matrix. And on the outside, he almost makes it out. but he doesn't. It fails, and he ends up with all of his bones broken or all his muscles destroyed, and he's in a wheelchair. But there's a last hopeful moment where he like almost stands up out of the wheelchair, but ultimately he does not.
Zardos approves.
I was sure you were going to give me the Zardos does not approve.
I mean, Zardos may or may not have been pissing, so I don't know. He might have been like, that's fine.
Whatever. Did you even watch this, Jason?
It's called Hey, did you see this one?
But this one has, like you were saying, Steven, it's stuck in my head this whole time because the animation style is so raucous.
I mean, I said this earlier, but like, have you guys ever played Jet Set Radio Future? Like the
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Does it not feel like it takes place in the Jet Set Radio Future universe where everybody should be spray painting and wearing rollerblades?
It definitely has that harsh shadow kind of effect, like affect.
But also like
to it.
the long limbs and like the bell end jackets and like the style feels very like
Big hands.
It's too much. I made the joke earlier where like the Wachowskis opened the treasure chest and said like you can take all the toys you want and dress them up however you want. Where like everybody's putting their hands in and one's like, so the agents, do they always have to be wearing regular business suits or can I dress them up like cyberpunk wizards? And they're like, do whatever you want because that's like what are the agents wearing in this? It's crazy.
Or like sharp pointy teeth.
Vampires, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the director and writer of this, the writer is Yoshitaka Kawajiri again and Madhouse Studios Animated, but the director is Takeshi Koike, and he is mostly just like a storyboard artist, and he worked on a lot of animation for a lot of projects. So I imagine he's an animator at Madhouse that had a vision. Then he got to live his vision, but it is
Nothing makes me
Kawajiri.
happier than knowing that like a storyboard artist got to direct something, because storyboard artists are often like the visual impact before anything else, right? Like usually they'll like a lot of them do that forever as just their job, but like they all know how to draw, they know how to compose a shot, they know what looks interesting, and they know what to give directors before they and directors of photography to be like, this is what the shot should be. They know what to do, and it's so obvious to me that this was directed by a storyboard artist because every single shot is like so overworked and interesting to the point that I'm like, this is a comic book. Like it looks like I'm watching a comic book that has just come to life.
To get this shot that I pulled, I had to scrub so hard to get a full shot of his body because they never show.
It's almost always like a total close up of his calf muscle almost exploding, or his shoe
or his
grinding into the
exploding.
gravel.
Yeah.
That's something that actually, when I was watching the behind the scenes, the director of this segment, like as he was getting through it, he realized at the end that he had so many close-ups that the reason that a lot of those wides and panning shots exist is because he felt like I needed to disperse those in there to cut away from just being on him the whole time. So it's kind of funny to me that he was doing that. So like, cause that's one of the most striking parts about it is that we're so close in on him, but that was something he realized like, oh, I might be doing that too much.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
What you were saying at the beginning, Patrick, of this whole podcast, like about how a lot of the scripts were written very quickly. I think the interesting thing about it is a lot of the scripts, most of the scripts are not really that complicated. And I think what's most interesting is this anthology works because it's less about what is the story and more about how do we tell this story. And I think this is the perfect example of that because it's not really that complicated, but it's like brilliant. It's so beautiful.
And even within that, it's like, how do we tell the story within the idea of this existing in the Matrix? Is like, because all these stories could potentially exist outside of the Matrix, but it's like, how does it connect to the Matrix, right?
Yeah.
They all do so well. Like every single one is like perfect Matrix story, perfect Matrix. You're like, these are all amazing Matrix stories.
Yeah.
And I think this one is maybe one of the best. Like for me, I'm like, this is so fucking cool.
One of my other kind of like modern cinema pet peeves is, I think Martin Scorsese's editor kind of coined this term called blender thing, and
I watched a thing on this. Yeah.
What's it called? Sorry, it kind of dropped for me. What's it called? Blender?
Blender cutting. And so
Blender
the
cutting.
idea is like it was in an interview and she was just talking about how like well, she says how Martin Scorsese always says what happened to the shot. And the idea is like modern cinema suffers from a lot of things, but one thing is like just people don't compose like what is the shot? How are we telling the story? What's the perspective? What's the framing? What, you know, and it just becomes a mishmash of like we have to get the coverage and we have to make our day and then
Right. What do we
give it all
have?
to the editor.
Yeah.
And so the editor just has to kind of make some spin straw from bronze or whatever, and
Right.
it just becomes like, you know, the classic example that people always use.
Taken.
Yes, Liam Neeson, old Liam Neeson hopping over the fence, and there's like 20 shots, and because they're cutting around him being old and doing his own stunt or whatever.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, like to me, this anthology is the complete opposite. It's so meticulous, and I feel like a lot of the telling, the how, evolved as they kind of like developed the concepts and started working the frames and figuring out how to tell this story and rework the thing.
Yeah.
And it's like every frame has so much meaning packed into it. And good movies, like photographs movies, are the same way. You know, you watch something from Kubrick or whatever, like everything is a decision. But it's just, I appreciate so much, again, watching the kaleidoscope of artists just tell their story in their way from their perspective.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the reasons I love animation, right? Like there's never a kaleidoscopic edit in animation because like they would never just animate 40 shots from different angles because they can. It's just like, no, we can't, because that's going to cost us like $1,500 a day to do this.
My concern is that with AI, we're gonna know it's AI.
Oh,
when we start
stop
seeing
provoking it. If you say it one more time, it's going to appear and replace all of us.
It's gonna be there's gonna be mundane Blender style editing in animation because they won't a lot of animators to utilize it have to be meticulous because they're not animating half of it. I know you don't want to hear about it, but it's just I just wanted to say it. I know
the thing that is like really heavy about this
I had a revelation
particularly is like this episode is basically the hauntings of AI exist within the Matrix, right? And like AI has now become such a real thing, whereas in 1999 AI was like a boogeyman that doesn't exist yet, and now the boogeyman is here, but the boogeyman's being like, hello, how can I help you? And you're like, get out of here, boogeyman. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want you to tell me how to get to my favorite restaurant. I don't care what you think. And it's really frustrating. You know, I was replaced by AI, guys. Don't. I hate it. I hate AI so much.
I guess it's what Reddit would call a boring dystopia.
It's a boring dystopia for sure.
We got into
I want the
boring.
fucking the robot like skeleton on the horse with the fucking
yeah. Where is our robot skeleton blowing a horn?
We have late stage capitalism and
also the body movements you were making, Spencer. I thought you were going to be like, I want a stripper robot now.
I want an exciting dystopia.
we have a bit boring dystopia and late stage capitalism happening at the same time, and that's like the ultimate dystopian nightmare. And we're like a hair away from like a cyberpunk situation where the poor people live in the streets and cyberjack shit into their brain, and the people living up in the
if they start delivering me
AI to do all their jobs.
If they start delivering me cockroach Jello bricks to my house that I can just eat it, I don't have to actually cook anymore, I'll be fine with that. But
yeah, give me my cockroach Jello bricks. And my Zion slop, which has another connotation now.
Oh,
Zion slop.
I know it was really hard to say Zion that many times earlier and be like, I almost said Zionist, and I was like, I can't say Zionist. That's gonna be something's bad's gonna happen. So let's get back to this episode. I personally think that this is maybe the coolest example of breaking out of the Matrix that exists within the entirety of the
maybe that's why it stuck with us so hard. You can just
I think so too,
force your way out of it.
I've drawn pictures in my life and not even thinking about this that have been close to this. I drew this picture when I was like 21 of like a guy running as hard as this guy's running, and then I drew like a bunch of animals running at the same time, and he's like slightly I don't know. I was trying to be like, look at what I'm drawing. I'm drawing a human being running faster than the animals, right? Right, everybody, right? And like, you know, nobody gave a shit. But I didn't realize that it was kind of like inspired by this idea, which is that like you've never run as fast as you can. Imagine you're a person who's so fast that like you've never reached your top speed, and you know you haven't, and you know you can go a little bit faster, and everybody around you is being like, don't do it, man. If you do it, bad things are gonna happen to your body. And the bad thing is that he breaks out of the Matrix.
That's interesting you wrote a story like that, because there are theories about early man.
It was a picture. It wasn't a story. It was a picture.
But there are theories about early man being able to run longer for a longer period of time than animals, and that's why we were able to like take down woolly mammoths and stuff, because we were just able to just chase them down and take them down, because humans can
my
just
shitty metaphor was that like, we're just like mentally stronger or whatever. There was nothing behind the drawing. I was like, people are gonna love this. People are gonna love this picture.
It's man's running faster than a freaking Cheeto.
Yeah, the cheetah was in.
That's the story.
Yeah, and the dolphin was flying. I'm like, the dolphin can fly, baby. But he was flying a fighter jet. That's the thing. He had like a cap on. Like,
he lost the plot a little bit, I think.
No, I'm also making things up now. But I think the main thing of this is that it's so different from everything else. Nothing matches in terms of visuals to any other episode. Even when they go back to the real world in Beyond, is that what it was called? The one or Program.
Yeah.
Where she goes into the real world, it sort of visually matches up with everything else. Even at the end of the kid's story, it visually matches up with everything. This one, nothing matches. It's like, and then I started thinking like, oh, maybe like people who are programmed into the Matrix like experience reality differently than everybody else. And if you're like a celebrity, like what you see around you is like completely different than what like Spencer sees or what Patrick sees or what Jason sees. Like you go through the world completely differently because it's a program and anything can be programmed into your head. And so this guy is going through this world being like, I'm the fastest man alive. I can run faster than everybody else. These walnuts have taught me a lesson that nobody could ever teach me, which is that it takes some big walnuts to be quick or whatever. I don't know what the message is supposed to be there.
It's not a bad message, honestly.
Yeah. But he does, and his walnuts are bigger than everybody else, and he runs the fastest, and it completely destroys his body to the point that he blasts through into his tank, and like doesn't he like hit his face like boom, like he's
well yeah he's running in his pod. He moves forward, and then one of the robots comes down and looks at him and is like nope, and like hits his shackles back.
But even when he goes into that world, the art style there is also completely different and fucked up from what because you would expect it to be exactly like every other one, but no, it's also like it brings down a sentinel that's like it fans out with a million more eyes, and I'm like, okay, this guy, whoever directed this one, went bananas. It's like, I would like to make it similar to the Matrix, but it's gonna be my own version.
Yeah.
It's got its own identity from toe to tip. Like the whole episode has its own identity, which I kind of really appreciate.
From tip to taint.
The part where he ends up back in his tank and has like escaped the Matrix, I guess, for a brief moment. It's almost like when somebody has a heart attack and they go to the other side for like a minute.
Yeah.
The horror on his face like really made me appreciate how animation kind of has this advantage over photography insofar as like it's like hard to escape the limits of photorealism, and it's like it made me appreciate that animators can infuse emotion in the frame. So it's like if there's something like horrifically haunting about his face in that moment that I think if it was live action, it would only go so far, even though the context is kind of horrifying. Like it's just so much more amplified because of the exaggerated features and all that kind of stuff. So the style is just like incredible. I love animation style.
Me too. Actually, you just jogged my memory, Spence. There's like there was a time when we were younger, and I showed you this like image that I was drawing, and you were like, why is his face like that? And I was like, well, it's because it's like this. And then you're like, but why is he making that specific face? And I was like, well, because in this frame over here, he says this, this, and this. And then you were like, well, shouldn't he be making this face? And I was like, fuck, this motherfucker's right. So I went back and I changed the drawing. And I think about that a lot, Spence. Like when I'm drawing stuff, I'm like, what is the intent? Why should the person be making a face here? Is it just for funny? Is it for yucks? Or should there be a reason that he's making the face in this frame from that frame?
Usually when Steve shares a story about me, it's me being like a dweeb, or not a dweeb, but like being a shithead to Steve. So that's
and then
cool.
later Spencer was like, "Did you just tell me to suck my dick?" And I'm like, "I didn't say suck your dick. I said suck anyone's
dick."
Yeah. He said suck a dick. Whoever you want.
Whoever's dick you want to suck. No, Spence, there's many times. I have lots of examples of those. You should come on the show more often. I can share with them.
Sounds good.
No, but like you're absolutely right. I think that even in terms of like, I think about this all the time when I look at like the Disney remakes and stuff, right? Where it's like, why is Beauty and the Beast animated a million times better than the live action remake?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, because the camera restrictions are different and you're not thinking about it. Everything is a deliberate choice. Whereas when it's animated, it's like, we got to get from here to here so that we can see Emma Watson singing. Where it's like, no, we want to come behind and then add the music. Like everything about it is completely deliberate, and you want the camera to be unnatural in an animated, but when it's real, like your brain can't connect to it properly, right?
It's I often feel like not that filmmaking doesn't also take a long time, but it's become this kind of reductive thing where you know, it's like the way our economy works, like everything is about being more efficient, whatever. And I'm sure animation suffers from this too, but the people, like when it works, it's like amazing to see. Like I have this, what am I trying to say? I feel like because it takes so long to draw a frame and then a frame with slight movement and then another frame, that it really gives you the time to think about what the frame even is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And so like, whereas when you're shooting a movie, especially something like fantastical, like Beauty, and a lot of it's on green screen, so it's like flat lighting so that they can composite easily. And, you know, it's just sort of like, well, we got to get him and her in the frame, so here's the shot and animated background, and it just becomes like Wonder Bread. It's just like soulless.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the things using volume now are just looking real bad.
I heard that Disney is going to release a loaf of bread called the volume. It looks really good when you look at it, and then you bring it home and you're like, oh, these are really thin slices of bread.
Yeah.
And they rot.
It has no nutritional value whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like this is one that I love. It's really up there for me, but I don't have a lot to say about it other than that it looks beautiful. I like the idea of a guy who's completely separate from the idea of what the Matrix is. He's not a hacker. He's not a computer guy. He's an athlete, right? It's almost what you would think is completely opposite to a person who can free themselves.
Imagine how horrified he is as a non-technology person to see.
Well, that's probably why he didn't.
Nope, I don't want any of that.
There's a world in which, like, we talked about this slightly at the beginning, where like this could be integrated into imagine this was an actual miniseries, right? And a bunch of these were all part of the story, right? Like this guy would be the people that like Neo and Trinity would be like, him, he's got his way out. He just needs to use those legs. Oh, Tony Stark is here.
Stark.
Tony Starky.
I'm an animator, and it does take time to think about what is going on in the frame of that.
Okay.
I
Thank
appreciate
God for
you.
keyframes, everybody.
Yeah.
Pat, you got anything you want to say about this one?
I think first of all, I would say that this is like my third favorite. I found it even more enjoyable than I remembered, and it kind of. I think this is, though it's not my favorite one, I do think that this is kind of like the ultimate showcase of what animation is capable of. It made me think of a review that Roger Ebert had about Prince of Egypt, and his major criticism of it was like, in animation, you want to do something that you cannot do in live action. So why pick this story? And I think this one kind of speaks towards that philosophy because, like, on paper, yeah, it's just a guy running, but only in animation can you really play up these subtle movements of like his muscles and all that other kind of stuff. And I think it also like a note that I have here is possibly my favorite part about it, even though the animation is so striking. I think the sound design in this is impeccable.
Yeah, the pops of the muscle are
yeah,
crazy on headphones.
I
I
almost grabbed my my Ram leather jacket that I have over there, the one I wore for Ram, and I was gonna start tugging it in the mic because it sounds like somebody like pulling a leather jacket and twisting it, like when the muscles are. And I'm like, this is amazing. You know, when I was watching this, I was like, this is something I'm going to ask Patrick because he likes sound. And then I forgot. I fucking forgot, but I'm glad you brought it up.
This was really like, I think that was like one of my general notes about like the collection as a whole, like all of them put together, was that this was kind of the only time that sound design really stuck out to me, which is strange because it was the same sound design artist that did the entire trilogy. And that's one of the things about like those first three movies that really sticks out to me is how distinct a lot of the sound design is.
I think also this one, the reason it's so important is because of, like we say, like the slow motion close-ups. You have to and the fact that the muscles are twisting and all that, but it didn't have like an overbearing soundtrack. A lot of the other ones I remember the soundtracks for. This one I don't remember any soundtrack. I only remember the sound design itself, the sounds of the cleats digging into the gravel and the sounds of the muscles twisting, even the sound of like the dragging, like his dad smoking the cigarette being like, well son, like you're gonna do whatever you need to do, and like when he throws the keys there's like a like everything, all the sound is good, or not just the muscles twisting, but everything.
The bolt from his like braces on his legs when it flies off.
Yes. The sound, amazing.
It's and just the dynamics between the sound when he's running and the sound in all the initial like little scenes and how quiet and subtle it is, and then it just ramps up. It's like
shit. Do I have to bump down the Renaissance again?
The other thing that I love about this, in terms of like animation style, is like we have this term in lighting called negative lighting, where it's not like you're adding lights to shape a scene. You have a lot of light and you kind of like are trying to black out spaces so that you create shadow. And I feel like this animator draws from shadow. It almost feels to me like negative lighting, and it's all like shape and form, positive space. Like the wide shot that kind of pulls back across the crowd from the agents by the whatever, like they're in the stands or whatever, and then it comes all the way back to the field, and it's all just shape and form, and it's like just totally crazy. I love it so much.
Even in that's like there's a ton of sound design happening as well, where it's like like everything's moving by you.
In the behind the scenes thing with the director of this, he was asked like, what do you think sets your animation style apart from everyone else, and his answer I found fascinating is that he only uses black shaded shadows. Like there's no gray or anything else. He uses pure black to do shadows on everything, and that's that made going through it a second time a little bit more like, oh, okay, that is actively what's setting this apart from the other things here.
It's so cool.
It's
like
so
the black shadow with the like white highlight, it's great. It's my number one, by the way.
Is it your number one? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's really it's one that I want to make my number one, but it's not. Wait, is it my number one?
I could totally understand this being someone's favorite. I think it's definitely the most unique out of all of them.
Hold on.
I have a note here from probably just Reddit.
This might be my number one.
Features exaggerated economy inspired by Western comic books. Can you guys agree with that? Obviously, the way they move isn't like a Western comic book, but the vascularity maybe is almost like Image Comics from the 90s, I guess. I could see. One? Yeah, maybe a little bit of like the Rob Liefeld era.
For me,
comic books.
No, it doesn't feel like Liefeld. It feels like, again, like I keep bringing up Jet Set Radio Future. It feels like that sort of like really sort of exaggerated style, but not the Liefeld exaggerated style. It feels like that sort of like that I mean, like, what else can you compare to Jet Set Radio Future other than Jet Set Radio Future? Does anybody have any like No More Heroes? Remember that video game?
Yeah, no
Oh,
More
yeah,
Heroes.
yeah.
All the
Like
guys, all the games by the guy that made No More Heroes kind of have that visual style.
And it's like large cuffs, dark shadows. Everything is a bright color. There's not like a bunch of different shades of color. It's just like a flat red, and then maybe a darker red, and then complete black. Like it feels like a drawing. This one feels like a drawing
Like-
come to life in a lot of ways, similar
Cell
to
shaded almost.
the Philip Lamar one as well.
Yeah.
Spencer, I think this one is my number one too,
And a 10 out of 10.
and a 10 out of 10. It's
This-
my 1 out of 8 and my 10 out of 10.
This was
This
my
is-
third favorite, and I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, this is four. This is number 4 for me, and it's a 4 out of 5. I'll bump it up to a 4.5 out of 5. Let's get crazy. Let's go insane with it.
I should have made this list before we started. Okay, so it's way too hard to.
I made this list
crack
before
all
we
this.
started, and I've only moved one. I've only. Moved
Does
one
anybody
thing.
know what the walnuts meant? I didn't really understand why you had the walnuts.
So
at the end.
the walnuts are a thing that you can buy where you do this with them, like
The stress
Ben
balls.
the 2 balls. But what the point is you do them until the walnuts are smooth. Exactly. What are those? Not Benoit balls. 'Cause I'm pretty sure Benoit balls
Definitely
don't
would
use
have these fucking
The-
balls.
This is a very Matrix
Wait,
prop.
keep doing that. Doesn't it
No,
sound?
I'm
Hold
not.
on.
Someone's gonna like make a GIF of me doing that.
Wait, do it. Doesn't it sound like it's like playing music? Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
there's
Merry
another
Christmas,
ball.
wait,
bearing
no.
inside.
Let's wish you a Merry Christmas
No, it's
and a
just
Happy New Year. It sounds like those cards you open that like
Yeah.
plays a song or whatever. Okay.
So the
I'm wrong.
walnuts are the same idea as those balls that you used to be able to buy at mall kiosks.
I know, but why walnuts and why at the end and not before?
Because I don't know, it's just his stress relief. That's all. You do it until they're smooth.
No, there has to be a reason why, guys. There can't.
Is
it
it-
can't just.
Stress relief.
Is it like a metaphor for trying to break out of a shell or something like that?
All right, there we go. You've
Could be.
there
Could
you
be.
go. He's yes. I knew
that-
someone would break it.
Tony
Break the nut.
Stark. Tony Stark agrees.
Yep. Yep. That's exactly what it was. Yep. Okay, so that's good. Thank God Patrick's here. I would have gone crazy forever. You guys are like, because, walnuts, you fucking put them in your hand and you just jiggle them around. Like, what
so
does
like
that
that.
mean?
Don't you ever go to the store and get 2 walnuts and just hold them?
Haven't you ever been an Olympic level athlete, fucked your body up and just carried some walnuts around?
It's
No,
a thing.
I haven't done that.
That's how the 1980 Olympic hockey team won. Walnuts.
The walnuts.
Wally Nuts scored the final goal.
Holy nuts. That
He
does
was
sound
jiggling
like
his
a
nuts around.
1978 hockey player. And here comes Wally Nuts.
No,
Goal! Okay. So this is the episode that I said they dress like wizards. I don't know if you guys agree with me. The agents.
I do.
Yeah, they do.
I wanted to
They
know
are cool
when
as
in
hell.
the timeline this takes place, and this must be not quite the robots have taken over, but during the
No.
robot.
The robots must have taken over if the Matrix exists, Jason. It can't be that. So this is why I said earlier everybody experiences their own Matrix. So like he's in his own
Oh.
mind, so he
Yeah.
sees things in the way that it's visually pleasurable, and they probably get a ton of energy off this guy because he's like everybody
Well,
loves
hold-
me.
hold
My
on
brain's
one
go
sec. When I
crazy all the
see the
time. They're
robots
probably
that
like, this
taking
guy's
over-
juicing us for like. That's probably also why they're keeping tabs on him, right? He's probably giving off so much energy.
When I say the robots have taken over, I mean after they go in Form 01. And are doing the economy stuff. I mean this is before that when the robots are doing the manual labor era because sports are very
Yeah,
popular.
but no humans would be plugged in giving energy. They wouldn't be in the Matrix.
Oh yes, you're right. Because this is in the Matrix. This
Yes.
isn't in reality.
Remember when he bonks his head when he's in a tube?
Yes, you're right. Sorry.
Imagine he bonked his head and then it flashes to the Renaissance and he's like, what's happening? Some sort of Renaissance over here? Like he's one of the guys inside the very first giant robot.
Right.
Okay, anyway, so Patrick answered walnuts. Thank you, Walnut Man.
That I will say I will say that is like my guess, but I will also like quite cynically say that if the creator of this told me like, yeah, that's exactly what the walnuts represent, I'd be like, well, fuck you.
Yeah, you're
that-
full of shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Wally nuts.
Walnuts. Okay, fine. Sure.
He's like, I just like the way walnuts sound when they clack together. Like, to be honest, I didn't want it to be those silver balls because it sounds like Merry Christmas every time I hear it. Okay. Spence, I bumped this up to my number 1 too.
You
And
do recognize that I am telling you that it is a thing. The walnuts are a thing that you click them to. Okay,
I know, but
you're
I was
supposed
like,
to make them smooth.
but I
It's
was
a
like,
double meaning.
my
But you wanted the
reasoning-
double meaning element.
what I wanted was why they were there and why they weren't there before. You know, if his dad was rattling around some smooth walnuts, then I'd be like, oh, it's because it was a thing his dad did. But like, just it felt random at the end.
We can stop the debate. Somebody came in with the most nuanced.
Twirls walnuts in his hands
Knuckle
during
on.
his recovery is a symbolic anchor of his lingering memory, sensory focus, and tactile reality of physical freedom he experiences when he temporarily broke free. Okay. That's pretty good too.
I think this person actually liked our.
I think this person was the character
earlier.
from the episode. They escaped the Matrix. They came back in as a different person. They're like, this is why I had the walnuts.
I recognize the user, but thank you. But it's in quotation, so you got that from somewhere.
Yeah. Thematrix.com. Don't type that in. You will get...
I picture
the
the
agents will show up. Yeah.
I picture them twirling walnuts while they copy pasted this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I do it.
I mean that
Quote,
viewer
unquote.
that viewer is demonstrating one of the beautiful things about this anthology is it's so chock full of
Walnuts.
imagery and symbology that it's like very interpretive in a lot of ways, but not like superficially interpretive. So it's like just interesting that it just evokes thought and like there could be a reality where we could do a podcast where we could start talking about the first episode and just talk about the philosophy of that episode and not even talk about the episode. And I think that's what's so cool about this anthology.
You're talking about the first episode of Hey, did you see this one?
Yeah,
Yes.
You don't want to talk about that episode. It's the dark one.
What was your first episode ever?
It was Kiss.
I wasn't even on it. Yeah.
Steve
Kiss,
wasn't
Bang,
on it.
Bang?
Yeah, I think it was Kiss Bang Bang. Yeah.
Nice.
Full disclosure, I'm a guest on this show, and I just never left.
Yeah.
I
came on for Jaws,
I got
episode
rid of
like
their host.
14, and just stayed on. And the original co-host like freaked out and left at one point. He just couldn't do it.
I poisoned his mind until he went crazy and left.
It's kind of true. It's kind of true. And there's a picture of a hazelnut for some reason.
That's a hazelnut, you know.
It's the closest emoji to a walnut.
Yeah,
It's the kissing cousin to a walnut, as they say.
Yeah.
A tastier nut.
Oh God. Okay.
What? Oh God. Your mind went there.
I like the
yes,
end of this
that-
episode a lot. I like that he gets chased by agents. I think it's so fucking cool, and I like that
Yeah.
he collapses into a heap on the ground, and then everybody goes back to normal. It's so fucking
Yeah.
cool. It's
Mhm.
like once again, like the other ones that I really like, expands the Matrix and what it's capable of. I love the idea that the agents have been watching him, like moguls, being like, he won't get out this time. And he's even got like his manager being like, don't do it, man. You're gonna fuck your body up. Your body is important to you, ain't it? And
He's talking like
my
this for
body's
some
important.
reason?
Yeah,
but
the-
I've never gotten as fat. Yeah,
That is the
he's-
one part of this segment that because I have it at an 8.5, and when I think about it, I was just like, some of this is over stylized, and when I say that, I realized I meant like just this character specifically that
Yeah.
bothers
yeah,
me.
When did Fred Durst show up?
Yeah.
But he,
Yeah. It's like the cover of that one Limp Bizkit album.
Oh, actually, yeah. You're right.
He also got a job as the DJ on Jet Set Radio Future after that. I'm pretty sure.
All right, Steve. It looks like Jet Set Radio. We admit it.
All right. Well, he also acts like one of them.
It's funny because like I do know what you're saying about Jet Set Radio, but my thing about that game is everybody in that universe wears headphones and rollerblades. All the
But that's
NPCs,
because they're rollerblading and spray painting. They have
and
to.
listening
They have to ignore the law and spray paint. And
listening to
he's
techno,
not.
house music from 1997.
I bet you there's a person who escaped the Matrix by rollerblading really quickly.
Yeah,
I would
doing
watch
a
that.
grind on a rail and
Yeah.
bursting out of the Matrix.
And he like put his spray paint behind him to go faster. Like he goes down like a hill. Like
That was the original ending of Brink.
Yeah. The one last thing I want to say about this thing too, touch on what you were saying, Steve, is like Kid Story, the movement in this one is just totally crazy, and not just the slow motion stuff, but like I'm thinking of the shot, the wide shot of him like hitting pay dirt and just gliding, and you feel the weight of it, and his body is kind of an abstract shape, but it just the kinetic energy of it is so visceral, and I don't know, there's just a quality about it just incredible.
I think to continue with what you were saying there, like, and the difference between Kid Story and this one is like so great as well, because like his character is like so focused, right, and like the clean dark lines everywhere, and like the slow motion details of his muscles manipulating, versus Kid Story being this like sporadic, weird, twisty, gross dreamlike thing, whereas he's like, I am more focused than I've ever been, and they achieve the same thing through different means. One is killing themselves, the other one is basically killing themselves but not knowing they're doing it and thinking that they're achieving the next step of human evolution or whatever. No human has gone this fast. And he's right, and he breaks through like the sound barrier and goes into the real world. Like, it's so fucking cool. I want a whole show of Matrix people breaking out in different ways that nobody thought possible. Like, that's such a fun thought experiment. Like, what are different ways people, like someone drowns, someone, like there's so many ways you could show people breaking out of the Matrix.
It's kind of making me think, it's like it's almost reminding me of that. Have you ever had that thought when you're like, I don't know, you're eating something like fermented or whatever, and you're like, how did people discover that this was edible? And it's like, just through the iteration of evolution, people getting sick from doing certain things, whatever. It's almost like this is like maybe an early Matrix before they knew how to get people out consistently. Yeah. Like phenomenon were happening that kind of like could lead to,
a lot of peyote.
I'm not gonna let this milk go to waste, even though it's chunked up. So
I think for me, like,
delicious.
When you take the kid and you take the world record and you look at them, it's like one person escaped at the lowest low that they could possibly have, and another person escaped at the highest high they could possibly have. Like, that's as compared.
That's a great.
It's fucking cool, man. It's so cool.
Yeah, that's a great insight.
Yeah, I have a note that I wrote at the end of this one, and I think what sets this apart, even like just as much as the animation style, is this is kind of the only segment that I think works outside of its relationship to the Matrix and is just good sci-fi. Like, just like, you could take this away from its existence in that lore and it would still just be a really great story about the absolute edge of human achievements and all these other things. I think it works wonderfully just independently of all that.
I think, that's absolutely true, because if you were to show this to somebody who has no idea what the Matrix is, they'd be like, whoa, what the fuck was that? And it would work, right? Like, everything within it would still work.
It's a hell of a lot better than the ham sandwich one from Animatrix Volume 10. So.
Do you want the blue cheese or red cheese? Wait, what? Okay.
Red?
That's the last time I'm going to make a blue cheese joke on this podcast.
The night is young.
Yeah, sure.
Does anybody have anything else left to say about World Record? Spencer convinced me to put this as my number one. I think it's the best. It's so good.
Not that I can think of.
All right.
Gotta go fast.
Jason, you did the last one, right? So I guess maybe back to Spencer. Can you do Beyond?
Yeah, definitely. Beyond is it's kind of almost feels like a bit of a tone poem. There is a plot, and the plot
piracy is accidentally in this clip.
Piracy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, none at all.
Look at the bottom of the screen.
So the main character, I think her name is
Video 441312. Like, the Sentinels are coming to your house, Jason.
Yeah. Thanks, Yippee.
I think her name is Yoko, but her cat Yuki has gone missing, and in her pursuit to find her cat, she comes across some kids that have seen her cat in this haunted house in the neighborhood, and the kids go to this haunted house frequently and they play there, and so she follows them to try and find her cat and discovers that it's this sort of like otherworldly like almost like realm where weird things happen with physics and gravity and that kind of thing. And I guess what it actually is just a sort of like anomalous place that is like bugged or like glitchy.
Yeah.
And it
needs an update.
Yeah, and because they've been playing there and they're tracking, these people that keep going there, it's been sort of, I guess, it's implied that it's been filed for being demolished so that they can bug fix it or whatever. And
deletion.
And this like garbage truck looking demolition looking thing comes.
It looks like a Decepticon. Be real.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
A garbage truck. It looks like a fucking red dildo flying through space.
Well, a futuristic.
We're here to fuck up the glitch. Where's the glitch?
Spray
team that I think they're meant to they're meant to be in the Matrix. They're meant to like look like exterminators, and this is an extermination. But they're just boarding this up to get rid of this glitchy haunted house. And really, it's just like the whole experience is just like this visceral kind of trip of playing with the physics in like a space. And she does find her.
And she does find her cat. Yeah. I wonder, like, oh wait, sorry. Do you approve?
Zardos approve.
Okay.
It really.
Before we get into our thoughts about it, I just want to say this is another Studio 4C, and the writer and director is Koji Morimoto, and he actually worked on Akira as in the animation department, and he actually directs a short in the Akira creators memories, which we're doing next week.
Sweet. Yeah, he's wicked. I think there's like, I think one of the final shots, the final shot is the pedestrian crossing, which is so awesome. But one of the last shots is like, or last sequences of the standing outside the haunted house that has now been boarded up. And it makes me feel like...
No, it's not boarded up. It's like she's looking through it, and it's like it's been demolished, and it's like a construction site with boards and
like scaffolding and whatever.
Yeah.
But it just kind of like makes me feel like the whole thing is analogous almost to like, it's almost like when you have a really good lucid dream, and then you have that melancholy post dream when it was a dream. It sort of feels like that.
Yeah. My favorite thing about this one is a lot like how in The Matrix Reloaded they explain like vampires, werewolves, and ghosts to just be programs. This feels like explaining what haunted houses are in reality. Is there just a glitch where things are?
Yeah, that's not untrue. But like, I honestly think that this in concept, this is one of like the coolest fucking Matrix things you can think of, right? Where it's like,
I love this one.
Yeah, it's so like everything around us is a digital empire that we live inside of. Absolutely, there would be weird caves you could go inside of, and it's like, your weapons, you will not need them in there. Like you could go in there and like it would be a Star Wars moment. It would be anything. Like what would happen inside of there. And this is a thing that exists outside of this short in many other way. Like I think of the second Thor movie where they're like throwing their keys and shit, and it's like coming through a portal or whatever. But the idea of like a bunch of little kids going in there and just smashing bottles and being like, let's jump off the roof, like it's so cute and well done, and it feels like an acid trip. It feels like a lucid dream. It feels like an adventure, and it feels scary. Like all of it sort of wrapped into one. And especially if you have Matrix knowledge, you also have the fear of like, this is going to get found out. It's all so well put together. I want to put this as my number one, but it never will reach it in terms of my enjoyment level. Because I'm like, I get it. I fucking get it. But I love it, but I get it. I
liked this one because it reminded me of another anime from around this time called like The Supernatural Adventures of Hiroki Hanasashi or something like that, which is another slice of life thing where this girl comes to a school and she's like, I'm an alien, and you never know for sure if she's telling the truth. And slice of life anime is like has always been really interesting. Bleach kind of had that element where it's like high school life. The Persona games have that element where it's like just high school all day, and then they go to sleep and they turn into their...
Are you telling me that there's an anime set in high school? No fucking way.
Every anime, technically. But I like this one just because it does, like I was saying, it's just like this is the Matrix explaining what haunted houses are in our reality, and then also the kids, like you're saying, like Steve, like the wonderment that they have from just going there. They knew about the place. She's looking for her cat. She's like, do you know possibly where the cat could have gone? And they're like, that place over there, the haunted house.
All right, Pat, you give us your read on that, because I feel like we've all had like a moment to just sort of like decompress how we feel about the idea of like a glitched house. Like it's really cool, but like how do you feel about it?
I think this is easily the best segment. This is number one very easily for me. If for no other reason than I think it's the most unique idea someone could have. And when you watch any interviewer with the creator of this, you totally understand how this idea came about. Because the guy is quite the eccentric. But I think, like, I'm always fascinated by any kind of sci-fi that treats technology as magic, like the things that it can achieve like would come off as magic or some sort of like hokum to other people. And I also I think it plays upon your knowledge of the Matrix in a wonderful way, because you, the viewer, know what lies beyond that sort of threshold of what they're doing, but they're just jumping off of stuff, having a good time. That's their relationship to what they can experience from the Matrix. But there's so much deeper laying beneath that. And I think that's what makes the tragedy of like that sort of the agency coming
having it being taken away.
It feels kind of like a death of childhood innocence too. And I think that's also a wonderful metaphor for what the Matrix more or less can act as.
I think we, you hear about it all the time where it's like people being like, I swear to God, when I was a kid, I have memories of floating down the stairs, or I remember floating above my bed. And it's like, you had a dream and you just,
but her opening that door into the black abyss does feel like,
God, Dave Mater
totally
is on stage.
Opening the door to the basement in your house and seeing the darkness. Hey, Dave Mater, the grandfather of the United Federation of Podcasts. Welcome.
Hey there. I just wrapped up our Star Trek podcast and I thought I'd drop in on you guys. Just quickly, I'm just thrilled you're doing the Animatrix because it's one of my all-time favorites. I was a huge Matrix guy when that first movie came out, and then just the anticipation for the sequel, and like this was better. This was better than what we ended up getting.
I think we all agreed that as well.
Yeah. And just so I don't know, just excited you guys were doing it, so I wanted to say hi, and express my approval.
Do you have if you were to put all the shorts sort of in an order from 1 to 8, could you do that off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I can tell you that like the second Renaissance is at the very top, like 1 and 2. It's really one story for me, and after that, it's the Final Flight of the Osiris. It's a good little short just because it looks amazing and it's sexy and it was so innovative at the time.
It's got a butt. It's got an almost other butt, but not quite.
You might just be peeking above the blindfold. It's like after that, some of the a lot of them are tied for me. Like I like the other ones, but the one where he's running.
We just talked about that. Yeah.
Just like I don't like that style of animation, but it's great.
You don't like Jet Set Radio Future? Is that what you're saying?
I guess so. Like it was just a weird. Like I still like. I like this. It's a good story about this guy who's like pulling himself out. It's just I don't even like anime really. Like that's kind of what's so interesting for me about the Animatrix, because it's not like my genre. Normally.
Wait, what do you like? Do you like Star Trek or some shit?
I like Star Trek. I like cartoons, but like American made ones mostly, like not or Canadian made. But it's like I don't know, like it's just anime. Like my brother and Jamil, they're all huge anime guys, and like good for them. But like it's just not my thing. I like Sailor Moon. I guess that's like the most anime.
That's an anime.
Yeah,
that's a huge anime.
And I like the things in this, like for the most part. But the ones that feel more mainstream, I guess I like them more than I like the uber artistic ones. Although I appreciate them, like I don't hate watching any of them. The one where it's like the birds and the gravity, like that one's kind of
that's the one we're talking about
right now. Yeah.
That one's
and we all like it. We all like
yeah.
it.
It's not that I don't like it, but I don't like. I'm not drawn to rewatch it as much as like maybe like some of the other ones.
Well, I mean, this brings me to my next point, which was that this is another one that sticks out in my head way more than the other ones. There's a few that I completely forgot about, and this one is not one of them. I remember the kids smashing the glasses and like having it like, and I remember very specifically the light bulb being shattered, and then it like it's almost like a ghost light bulb appears and is like and it gives light off, and I'm like, oh, this is like an actual time rift. Like there's this place, it can't decide what time it's inside of, and it's raining in one room and it's not raining in another. It's so interesting. Like the idea of the Matrix glitching and not being able to figure out what time it's in, and then we have the entirety of the episode basically a train like like coming there being like, we've got to go fix the glitch, and there's a bunch of kids just fucking around in the glitch. Like that's so, it's 90s coded, which the Matrix is always 90s coded because kids would go find things to do when their parents are like, go outside. And I don't know.
Yeah, she has an alarm clock. She has like a cordless phone and an alarm clock.
Yeah, if it was 2026, her cat would have like a digital implant being like, cookies on top of the cookie tower. We have to go to cookie tower to find cookie.
The thing that I think is really great about the impact of it, like Patrick was saying, the interesting thing is the stakes, unlike the rest of the anthology, is like really kind of overtly heavy. It's like it's all really like heavy stuff, and this one has like melancholic and heavy implications psychologically, but it's otherwise like, you know, about wonder and imagination and magic and this kind of thing. But I find it so interesting that what you were saying, Patrick, about how they don't understand the depth of what they're like dabbling in. But it's kind of interesting. Like, again, I come back to that when the protagonist is outside of the construction zone, it's almost as if, at least I perceive, she knows that what she just was tapping into is so much deeper, and she's lamenting that she'll never.
But it's because she's just a little bit older, right? Like she's maybe in her like early 20s or something, right? So she knows that what she's fucking around with is that's real magic. And these kids are like, magic is real, but she's like, magic isn't real, and this is something fucked that we've found. Like, I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna enjoy it with you for a little while before it's gone, and it leaves.
Sure. And I think Jason pointed that out, that the shot of her looking out into the void is that moment. Like that's when she realizes, like, what the hell is this? You know.
It fucking rules, man. It is.
What was your guys' interpretation of, like, obviously when she's trying to kick the can, she's trying to get that feeling back, and you see the kids in the background. But what was the, like, what does the blood spilling on the ground signify?
I think that was supposed to be like her grounding. I could be wrong about this, but her grounding back to being like, this is a character that could escape the Matrix, but her seeing herself bleed and her being affected by it means that she's trapped in the Matrix. She's not getting out. Like, she can't get out.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
I could be wrong, but that's how I viewed it. Oh, Spencer's got to go take a wild red pill or whatever.
Wear red pills in his pants.
But I think it definitely, her cutting herself on the can and like bleeding on the ground, I think it kind of speaks to what you were saying about it, Stephen, where it's like this realization that it's something deeper that she'll never tap into. I think it's a great sort of visual metaphor for how, like, even though it was very fun on a surface level, there is something deeper there that they'll never get to explore. And that's kind of its own tragedy.
The blood is here. I'm real. I have to go back. I have to go find my cat. Right? Like that's what's important right now, is I have to go find my cat. Not the fact that I was able to float yesterday with a bunch of weird Bobby Hill impressionists or whatever.
Yeah, yes.
And all the
Pamela,
cats,
Adlon, just all of those kids.
Yeah.
like there are no cats in the like plugged into the Matrix, right? They're all fake cats.
I would assume that
according
they probably
to Matrix lore, they're all just part of the
there's
simulation.
programs, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's the other thing that I wanted to say, is that this is the idea of the the black cat repeating, right? Like
Mhm.
when Neo's like deja vu, and she's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Oh, I just saw a black cat, and then I saw the same black cat go by," and she's like, "That's not what deja vu means, you fucking idiot." Like, and he's like, "What?" But this is like a whole sort of like deja vu is all sort of a pillar, right? Like a pillar within this abandoned building. It's a really, really cool idea, but it's not my number one, but I really, really like it. And it's not that I don't think it should be number one. It's that I really like the world record running guy way better. It's so much cooler to me. But I love the kids throwing the. Like, I like that she just teams up with a little army of dildo kids that are just like, let's go fuck around in here. Like it's fun.
There's a haunted house over there.
Yeah, let's go show her the haunted house. That's probably where her cat is.
So what's
It'd be great if the cat was like, "Hello, I'm the architect" at one point, and then they really launched it into.
What's interesting about the main actors? It's all women. It's Tara Strong, Pamela Adlon.
That's because it's
Kat
all little
Susie,
boys.
who's Phil and Lil from Rugrats. Tess McNally, who is like various voices on The Simpsons, including Boobarella, which is funny to me. And Hedy Burress. Hedy Burress is Yuna in Final Fantasy X. So the main character in this is Yuna from Final Fantasy X, which is crazy to me. Two people from Final Fantasy X.
Yeah.
Did you guys do Matriculated yet?
That's
Not yet.
No, we have not.
Okay.
We're going in order. It's an Eldritch house. We talked about that. The kids remind me of the kid. Oh yeah, the three boys and it's two boys and a girl. They remind me of the kids from Nightmare Before Christmas. Like they're like, let's
two
bring
girls.
a boogie boogie.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm talking about. Like those kids remind me of those same kids. Where it's like,
Which is
Mr.
like Paul
Oogie Boogie will
Rubin
eat his bones or whatever. Like, yeah.
and two other famous actors play those kids, right?
If only Catherine O'Hara was one of the.
Catherine O'Hara, yeah.
Also, obviously, like a very perceptive drug trip. Like it's like she's comparing it to being on drugs. They've never been on drugs, but she's probably been on. Like she's like a 20-year-old looking for a cat. She's done drugs before, and she's like, "This is like free drugs. This is crazy."
Yeah, when she lays on the ground and she's like tripping out.
Yeah.
But again, the end of it is tragic because it's a bunch of the episodes we've gone through where Dave, I know you just got here, but we've like different ways to escape the Matrix, and this one is like, oh, we almost saw another way to escape the Matrix, but you know, if she had been able to explore that house over and over, she might have been able to find another way to get out, but she couldn't, and she was more concerned about her cat than anything else. So what basically the message is, don't give a fuck about your cat. Or you'll be trapped in the Matrix forever.
There is no cat.
That has to be one of the cutest animated cats I've ever seen.
There is no cat. You lift up your cat, your cat's neck goes like, there is no cat.
I do agree with you, Patrick. It is one of the cutest cats. It's a very anime cat.
Yeah, chubby cat where the neck and the body is the same. No real neck.
I do remember from watching the behind the scenes a long time ago that the director said something about that traffic light, that song in the traffic light it's a jingle for like a Japanese song or poem. And they specifically went and found a traffic light near where this is supposed to take place to actually record that sound, because apparently there's lines in it that have something to do with being chosen.
Oh, interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah, they apparently had to go out to like that intersection at 3 a.m. just to get like a clean recording of it without a bunch of people around or something.
Too many people.
Yeah. There's like a very funny passive aggressive moment in the behind the scenes featurette where the producer of the Animatrix is talking about the director for this, and he like is naming off all the like sort of idiosyncrasies in his creative process, and then he has a moment where he's like, he's kind of a producer's nightmare, actually, now that I think about it.
He's got like crazy wiry hair, right?
Yeah.
Yep, and he's smoking a cigarette the entire time that he's animating.
Yeah.
Very
And
classic.
The first recording is like, Mr. Sparkle! And he's like, we tried. We couldn't do it, though. All right. We're getting to the next one. Or we could probably talk about this one as long as we talked about Renaissance, but I mean, because it is the most heavy, right? Like,
I guess our ratings for this one is we should do. This one is number 4 for me, and I give this one a 5 out of 5 for sure.
this one's my number 4 as well, and it's only because there are a couple other that I really, really can't detach myself from before giving it something higher. But yeah, it's 4 for me as well.
It's number 1 for me. I gave it a 9.5 out of 10. I thought it was superb.
I'm glad that somebody did, because honestly, it deserves to be number 1 in somebody's heart. Patrick, I'm glad it was you.
I love that. I just love the animation style of it. It's just
Yeah.
It feels like something that I'm very familiar with, but I've never seen, or some
It's
philosophical bullshit like that.
It kind of feels like you're looking at memories of your childhood with like the high contrast of everything.
Yeah.
I get that.
Also, there's a part at the end where like a police officer shows up, but he's on a bicycle, and he's like, "Hey, everybody, get the hell out of here!" I'm like, "Oh man,
Nothing to see here."
Yeah, nothing to see here, folks. Get out of here. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, scan her and then let her go, and she's like, "No, I won't come with you guys." And they're just gonna let her go anyway. But you think that they're gonna like round these kids up and and quarantine them.
Turns out they just ground them.
The sound design.
No smashing glasses for a week.
I feel like the sound design in this one is really subtle, but it's actually like really amazing. And I think you guys are describing exactly why. Like it just evokes some kind of like 90s nostalgia, like just the environments, like the birds chirping.
Damn, Spencer, I didn't even think of that, because like every single voice in it, the kids included, are actors from
they're all like Rugrats and
Rugrats and Simpsons.
It's all the women that did all the child voices.
Literally Bobby Hill.
It's number 5 on my list, but I gave it a 10 out of 10.
But it's 10 out of 10 in my heart.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, so this one, I think I completely forgot about. Like, I didn't even know this. I was like, what the hell? There's a detective episode in this?
Look at this screenshot I pulled.
That's a good screenshot, Jason.
Yeah.
I wonder why that guy's so sleepy behind her.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I agree with that, Narcolad.
Yeah.
Dave, do you want to give us the brief synopsis of a detective story?
Detective story. It's a film noir, and it's a prequel story, and Trinity's in it. And there's this detective. His name's Ash, I think, and I haven't seen it in 20 years. But
you're already on track. So.
And it's really cool. It's like it's when I watched Blade Runner finally years ago, it was like, oh, this is like this story, effectively. It's very similar in some ways. I guess that old detective sort of story, but it's what's interesting is like got Carrie Ann Moss, Trinity in it, so it's meant to be like modern day, in sense of the Matrix, which doesn't really have a time period. I guess it's the 90s, but it's also anyway. So we got I don't remember how it ends, but it's kind of he's trying to figure out the truth, and she's like kind of recruiting him to join Zion, I think.
It's kind of like he gets double crossed, right? He gets a job from a mysterious phone call that pays a lot, and it's to find this guy called Trinity. And so like Neo and so many others that are looking for, I think they reference that in the first Matrix, right? Like so many people look for Trinity and they don't realize it's a woman as well. And that they play with that in this as well. And he ends up finding her, but he's been bugged with the trace program. And so all along it was the agents just used him to get to Trinity. And that's kind of the reveal in the end, I guess.
Zardos approves.
So before we get into the story, I want to say this is another Shinichiro Watanabe from Studio 4C. interesting, you Star Wars fans out there. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi from the Clone Wars who plays Ash.
Ah, cool.
But he's also, it looks like there's a picture of him in one of the Star Wars things. He's in a bunch of Star Wars games and Lego Star Wars, but
well, yeah, I think the first time he ever did Obi-Wan's voice was in Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, the video game, and he was like, "Well, Anakin, we've got to get the hell out of here." And then he really nailed it. And they're like, "All right, you want to come back for the show?" And he's like, "I guess so." See you there. And then he came back and he's like, "Hello there." They're like, "Oh,
hello there."
They gave him a Force Awakens stormtrooper cameo too, which is always the funniest cameos in those later Star Wars. Or like, yeah, that's somebody that you would recognize, but it's uncredited, so you just have to know who they are by their voice.
I had to do a voice today of Deadpool imitating Obi-Wan saying hello there, and I couldn't. I was like, it took me a lot.
That's a lot of layers. Yeah,
I was
that's some Mel Blanc style of voice acting.
And I was like, hello there. I made it like he's just really leaning into the meat and potatoes of it all. Anyway, it's called A Detective Story, and it's fucking cool. It's fucking cool, guys.
It's very cool.
This is one of the coolest sci-fi aesthetics I think I've ever seen. Like the Matrix blended with that noir, retrofuturism type of thing. I've never even thought about retrofuturism in the Matrix until I saw this segment, and it's
every single one of his computers looks like the
like a
tube of the inside of the TV, like as a I got rid of the plastic around it. Why do I even need that?
Patrick, you just said like a lot of my head tilt favorite words, like retrofuturism. I love the fact that they meld this with it like a 1940s noir, and it's in black and white, but the animation style is so sleek and cool. Like, it's just definition of cool, I think is the best way to describe it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very not only like the aesthetic of it, but the way that they choose to shoot a lot of it in wide shot and everything like that. And there's still just so much detail packed into everything. It's breathtaking at times. And
I was confused by my own brain for not remembering.
Me too.
I could not remember this.
It's funny you say that, Steve, because when I watched that, I feel like this is the most Stephen Waters of this.
I knew you were going to say that, Spencer. I knew you were going to say that.
I was like, Steve didn't remember this. This guy loves noir.
I feel like if you
Patrick, I know you just met me, but I'm like a real noir guy. I'm like a real when I die, I'm gonna pretend to be a spider.
And I feel like you would write that so that you could do the voiceover of him, but do it in your classic Steve Gruff voice. And it ends with him smoking a cigarette with a gun pointed at her. Like, that's the most Steve thing I could
It's true.
think
It
of.
seems like I wrote this episode, but I don't know why I don't remember it. It's so strange. I don't know, but I fucking loved it. I was like, whoa, like I said at the beginning, and I think you agreed, Patrick. Give me fucking 7 episodes of this as he's hunting down Matrix, or Matrix is the name of the character from Reboot. I'm talking about Trinity. Yeah. It would be a great episode. It would be great. It would be great. And he has to deal with imagine he had to deal with the characters from the Matrix Reloaded, like the vampires and werewolves and shit. And he's like, what the hell? Werewolves are real? That would be programs, great.
That would be like a monster of the week where this detective hunts the different programs, has to deal with
the Merovingian could show up being like, so and he's like, what the hell's a Merovingian? Yeah.
I think it sounds like contradicting thoughts, but I think this is the one segment out of all of them that I would have liked to have seen kind of fleshed out into a miniseries.
Yeah.
More than any of them. I think it had a lot of potential to it. And that's not just me as the Watanabe stan in the group here, but there was just a lot of stuff there. But I do ultimately think the one note I had is I wish the ending had more impact to me than what it does. I really did love it. I loved my time with it, but I was trying to mill over my thoughts as to why didn't I love this more than most of the segments? And I think it's just because that ending does not quite have the fight that a lot of
Yeah, I was thinking that too, and I was like, what is the better ending, right? Because like I do like him lighting a cigarette, holding a gun to the agents. Like that's cool, but like is the better ending that he just like actually fights the fuck out of them as Trinity jumps out, and then he gets like a little bit of a Matrix moment where he's like and he's like blocking people and like and he goes out in a full anime storm. Like, is that the better ending? I don't know.
I wanted him to escape the Matrix, but I don't really know how.
I mean, we all wanted him to escape
more
the
of a-
Matrix, Jason. That was the point of the episode.
Story overall.
Yeah. I think the ending is kind of perfect as is. I just don't think like the road to get there made it pay off like it should. Like it's a perfect ending without
if there's
quite
7
enough
episodes of
setup. Yes.
I agree with Patrick, and I think Beyond has the same ending in a way. Like it's the same kind of premise, right? Like he knows he's looking at the tip of the iceberg, and there's something greater here, and he'll never get to know. And but Beyond has the emotional payout that maybe here, and I really agree that Detective Story, I think the reason it doesn't pay off is because this needs to be like a feature-length film or like an hour at least, because it's like that's the problem with I think
you know what I think
stories and detective kind of things is it needs to be slow enough that you feel that burn and that putting the pieces together to figure out the puzzle to have it pay off. And
I think that what we've already agreed upon is like 7 episodes, and it'll be fucking hot as fire, and that would be a great ending. But maybe the ending is that like he should have saved her. Like it should have been a thing where she was about to die, and he saves her, right? Like that's maybe the solution to the short, where like she's about to get killed, and he does what she does in the first Matrix, like dodge this kind of thing. Like it's like one of those kind of moments where he does it and then he dies.
It's a Han shot first moment. She just fucking cold blood kills him because she has to.
Yeah. Yes.
Because he starts to turn
It's
into
so cool though, where he's half transforming. That's such an interesting, cool.
Yeah,
that's how it ends. I was like, how did that story end?
He's transforming into an agent. And she has to shoot him to stop him.
Right,
and it's killing him, which is it's very, very cool. Like it's a very cool, interesting way to end
so
it.
Does that mean that he's kind of like just a normal person if he can get infested with the agent?
Well, because he's dying, they
that could have happened to Neo before he was unplugged too, right? Like anybody who was plugged in could be turned into an agent.
In this episode, it's a thing where they figure it out before she can get him to the pill, because I think it has to be a pill. Is it a pill? Always a pill situation? Actually, we already know it's not. We know
I think
it's
so
not.
because they always
No. We've gone through the episode. We know that there's multiple ways out.
Or killing yourself in some cases.
Yeah, but pill is usually the way that they get.
There's multiple ways out, but like I guess when like you're offered the chance to leave by Zion, it's always presented as the form of a pill, like the binary.
Yeah,
choice.
But the kid jumps off a roof. The runner man runs. His
there are
way
ways to, because you got to think like
the flesh
there was
or whatever.
The first people who got out of the Matrix, like they weren't all, but then they just start referring to people who choose to leave as or don't leave as blue pills, right? Like you don't be a blue pill, be a red pill.
Well, that's what the red pills call us now, guys. We're all blue pills. We're living with a blue pill blinder on.
Exactly.
Steve, you just reminded me of you brought up before. I'm losing my train of thought, but anyways, it ends with me and you. How many memories you have of like driving in your old like white Ford Taurus, like blasting Rob Dugan, Furious Angel?
Yeah. And I'm like, don't worry, Spencer. One of these days we're both gonna be red pills.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean the same thing now, guys. That's how you get canceled. Like somebody filmed me at 14 being like, I can't wait to be a red pill.
Yeah.
Find some old YouTube Matrix videos from 2008 where the connotation completely changes.
I'm sure that me and Spencer both have them saved on hard drives.
Oh yeah.
I want to get my red pill.
Saved on a Motorola Razor somewhere.
Yeah. An N gauge. You've got it on an N gauge somewhere.
The Razor is the most Matrixy kind of. I mean,
that was something I forgot to bring up at the very first a short was like when she dies, she has like a very like oh, that's a cell phone that's a commercial for a cell phone right there. Because like that's what the Matrix movies were for a while, was like get me an exit, and it was always like a fancy new whatever the newest cell phone was.
Yeah,
Nokia phone or whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Wachowskis would go to
Smartphones would
cell
blow
phone
their
companies
minds.
and be like, who's the highest bidder, you know? And they would like be like, we want to be in the next Matrix movie. Can this be our future phone?
It's like Michael Bay in Cars and Transformers movies.
Yeah, Michael Bay was like, which one of you fucking Beatles want to be the next Beatle in my movie? The Beatles were in the movie.
The
Right?
Beatles, the Paul and Ringo.
Also, at the beginning of this episode, when the guy says, check your bank account, and then he looks and he's like, holy shit, $800.
Yeah.
That was funny to me. They're like, man, this guy's really broke.
Because of like so many other shorts, I actually put the last one higher than this, but this is at 6 for me.
Same. But I
Just
give it a 10.
because I still give it a 5 out of 5 because it's so great, but there's so much good content.
Oh
in
my
it.
god, this is also
Yeah.
6 for me.
Yeah.
Wow.
We all landed on 6 for that. That's fucking great, guys.
But we all hold it in high regard.
But I also think we all agree that this would be an amazing miniseries, like a 6 to 10 episode miniseries where he's trying to
find Trinity.
The
Yeah,
exact
Carrie Ann
same amount of
Mask
time
shows
they
up and
did
she's like,
with Spider
Oh.
Noir, do that with this character.
Yeah.
it
30-minute
Yeah,
episode.
yes, but no. Like Spider Noir is goofy as fuck. This has to be
No,
like
no, I'm not
hard. This
comparing
has to
the
be
two.
like a-
I'm saying
Hard boiled.
I'm
has
saying
to
that's
be
a good
hard-boiled,
example
yeah.
of like just spending the exact right amount of time in a noir world. in a
Imagine he's like
miniseries.
interacting with agents though, who are just like those
Yeah.
big. Remember those brick wall agents from the second movie? Like that
Yeah.
would be so fucking cool.
Yeah, I have it at a 7 out of 10, and and like to admit my own kind of subjective bias. I think I'm kind of poisoned by how good I know Watanabe's endings usually are. Like whether it be Bebop, Shampoo, or Space Dandy, I think those are 3 of the best endings in all of anime, and I think I just can't help but compare the ending sections of this to that, and just like, oh, I wish it was. I wish it was
A
as
little
good
bit
as these
better,
other
yeah.
I
things.
remember watching Cowboy Bebop around this time and my mind melting. I did my roommate at the time, one of my best friends watched Samurai Champloo and he was like, that's the shit. So I understand. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing better than somebody holding a gun at another person and like shakily holding it and lighting a cigarette at the end.
Yeah.
And they're unkillable agents, you know, like we know that those guys can't be killed. They're not scared of him, but he's also not scared of them. That is pretty fucking cool.
Again, I cannot believe that you forgot this one. This is the most Stephen Waters anime or
I know. I fucking love it, man. But it still landed at 6 for me. So
I was going to duck out for Matriculated, guys, but I wanted to because I just got off my show and I'm dying. But but it's been a pleasure. And Star Trek Connection. Dwight Schultz does the voice of the operator in Matriculated. He was Lieutenant Barclay on Star Trek: The Next Generation. If you ever watched that show. So anyway,
lots of it. He's also in every Star Trek, I think, afterwards, and in Mass Effect.
He's in Voyager, and he's also in First Contact. Yeah, he's. In
You ever play Mass Effect, Dave?
I never played Mass Effect. No.
He's in.
Oh man.
Yeah, he's apparently done a bunch of voice work.
But
I guess a long time ago he was on the A Team. If you've ever seen the A Team, but maybe we're all too young for that.
I mean this completely unironically. Like one of my favorite things about Star Trek fans is their encyclopedic knowledge of just being able to tell you, like, this guy was also on
every 80s show.
Yeah, like that's one of my powers I share with others. So it's,
I thought you were going to say perversions. But
well, maybe perhaps. Yeah. But guys, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Pleasure.
Dave, for stopping in.
Thanks for stopping in. That was nice.
This was great. I love to stop in.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys. Okay, take care.
Likewise.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Do this one. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Can you do it on both?
May the force be with you.
Whoa, me and Pat can do it. Oh, we can all do it? Oh, geez, I guess we Zoidberged out there. Okay, so
Can you do this,
now we're on matriculated.
I can't do it. I can't.
This is where people were like, well, the guy who does Rugrats loves pretending like he's a god, I guess.
Okay, let's dial down into what the hell you mean by that.
Well, I mean, everything about this is humanity being gods, right? Isn't that what's going on here?
Okay,
I think
Peter Chung is the writer and director. Peter Chung is the guy. Oh yes, right. We talked about that earlier. He's the guy that created Influx and worked on Rugrats.
The way that I look at this episode is almost like Mount Olympus. Like they all are like, we're gonna go into this robot's brain and fuck with him to try and make us seem more appealing to him so that he doesn't want to be with the robots anymore. But they also treat it like as you would read an Olympian story, like they're all coming down from Olympus to be like, this is the game that we're going to play, and like, don't you want to fuck me? And like, hey, let's go run around a bunch. Like it just seems like that's what the idea behind this is. Am I wrong? I don't know.
I love this one.
This is what it means.
Yeah, this one's so sweet. I feel like
I like this one a lot. Just sorry, Spencer, really quick. I just want to say that I love the idea that they turn it around, and the whole idea is that they're trying to take robots and turn them back, but they don't want to do it in a way that like tricks them or makes them back into a slave.
But they're doing it in a way that is from what we would consider mythology, right? Like they're making themselves into mythological sort of beings.
But they want to make them choose on their own volition to come back to the side that they were originally on. And
in my opinion, choosing the worst way to do it. They're not trying to use reason. They're being like,
drug trip, the trippiest drug trip we've ever experienced. It's the most experimental thing in this whole pack of videos. I couldn't believe it. I definitely forgot this one too, and I love trippy stuff. And at this time in 2003, I was like a drug person, so I don't know how I forgot this. Like,
unlike you,
the detective one,
I forgot this one for other reasons. My brain didn't like it; it found it gross.
It just deleted it.
My brain was like, "No, thank you. Don't store that one, please."
My theory, though, is that when you get to the Beyond segment, the video has been going on for an hour. And back in this era, you would just put things on and fall asleep, or you'd go do something else. Up to the end of Beyond is like the perfect amount of time to be like, I'm bored of this. I'm going to go do something else.
I have a theory. Theory? I have a theory. because there was so much trust in the Rugrats man who made Aeon Flux. They gave him the biggest sort of like bulgy.
They blank checked him.
They blank checked him for the Animatrix, and I think that his philosophy that he was trying to go with in this super duper interesting, and he probably pitched it, and it was probably really really good, but I don't think that it works nearly as well as anything else in this. I would say that this works less. Hold on, I'll pull it back a bit. The Last Flight of the Osiris is a billboard. Never mind. But this one works less for me than almost any other episode in this. We didn't appease Zardoz. What is the story about? Who wants to go? Anybody want to go?
I'll do it. I kind of already explained it, but basically there's this group of people out in the Zion Earth world, and they're capturing robots to try to turn them back to, I guess, the good side, or like have empathy with humans. Through that, they end up
They're trying to do what the robots do to humans.
Yeah, they end up getting this one that they send through the gamut of whatever this program that they try to do with it. Inside it, you see a lot of like weirdness about what the humans think that the robot wants to see to turn them, and they don't want to push them too hard. They want them to experience humanity, I guess, is sort of what's happening. But then what happens is outside, the Sentinels attack because they find this last bastion of like humans trying to like fight the robots in this weird way. They all get eradicated, all get murdered, and then that last remaining robot who got switched, who saves the day at the very end, he ends up back on the hill where the character Baby was at the beginning, and now they're kind of have like a twisted like view of like, I want to be the new person to change the robots. But the sadness is that that they can't, because they have no humanity. They're just
he doesn't have humanity. He didn't get enough, right? He didn't get enough humanity drip at the end to be like, I'm a human now. Like he basically was like, I just want to fuck this lady. Like I think that's
I like the pretty woman.
Yeah,
she's the pretty woman who looks like the Aeon Flux woman.
Yeah.
Which is in there probably because Aeon Flux probably exists in the infinite knowledge of humanity.
Aeon Flux does exist.
Zardos approve.
All right.
The dream world in this one kind of reminds me of like when humanity was sending out the Voyager, the first Voyager satellite, they had this like disc on it, and I believe like Carl Sagan was one of the people, like they were trying to determine like what symbols should we put on here that no matter if any life is out there and finds this, they can decipher that this is intelligent and kind of decipher.
Yeah, they put math on it.
This.
They put math on it. They put music on it. They put people giving speeches on it. And Carl Sagan was one of the voices that was on it. Because at the time we believed in science and we weren't like, but maybe the Earth is flat.
I heard they sent in a recent one, like a new one, and it's got 6'7", and it has the Rizzler on it.
Yeah.
And
it's Elon Musk's laugh on
the fart, like, just a 10-minute fart sound.
Yeah. So I feel I feel like they've they're kind of like they're reversing the roles of like what the machines have created. The Matrix, they've created this kind of like humanistic matrix that is like an abstraction to try and communicate to these non-human creatures the concepts of humanity, to try and convert them benevolent or like diplomatic negotiations. And
with a lightsaber.
Yeah. I like this one a lot. It's one of my favorites. I think it's such an amazing concept.
So why do they have a baby? Why do they have a baby in a like the
baby monkey?
No, it's a bush baby. I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah, bush baby. With the big eyes. Yeah.
So, I was wondering how did they like clone this?
You know when you get your hair cut and they have the combs in like the goo, the blue goo. Why is it inside of one of those blue goo containers?
Why was it like all injured and hurt before it ran, and then we see it like bleeding from the nose and dead? Like
because it also died at the end.
Right.
Yeah, Jason, I have written in my notes in all caps, not the small guy.
I have written in all caps, not the bush baby. So I think it means the same thing. So this episode reminded me of Samsara, Holy Mountain, and Tron mixed together. I don't know if
that's an incredibly apt comparison. Wow.
Is that not how it feels when you're watching it? You're like,
yes.
I don't know what those other two things are. I'm not familiar.
Well, Jason, it's a lot of visual fuckery that makes you feel uncomfortable. It's a lot of heavy concepts that make you feel uncomfortable, and it's Tron. So I think you know Tron. Yeah.
And then laser bikes.
Yeah. I don't know how to feel about this one other than that I think that it's doing a lot of heavy lifting in terms of philosophy, but the philosophy for me has already been achieved through so many of the other episodes that this one falls very, very flat for me, especially when it's at the end. I think that it might have risen higher if it was placed earlier on, but like I said earlier, I think that they gave Rugrats Aeon Flux a little bit too much leeway to be like, this is going to be the best one, and it wasn't the best one for me. But we haven't really gone through all of it. There's a lot of reasons why I feel this way, and it's not just the philosophy of it, because I think the philosophy of it is really, really cool and interesting, but that's also how I felt about almost every episode of this anthology. Most of them give us something really interesting to work with, and the presentation is what you have to judge it on. And for me, the presentation of this was the weakest part. I think the intro is cool, where they're looking out into an ocean and robots come. they lure them in and they defeat one. But I'm also like the 2D animation, which I've never really been a fan of the Aeon Flux style weird faces and stuff. I don't really like it, but whatever, I can get over it. Except now it's paired with reboot style Beast Wars level animation, where I'm like, now there's these two competing art styles that aren't working in my brain, and like I'm not feeling good about it. And then like a curtain opens and they're all like,
the Looney Tunes
jaw,
part.
and I'm like, okay, I like that, but like I don't like visually what's happening. It's one of those things where like my love of what's happening is competing with what I'm seeing visually, and I could never find a happy marriage.
It's funny you said reboot and Beast Wars, because this, especially the Looney Tunes bit, reminded me of those YTV interstitials from
Beyond Mind's Eye or something.
We have to remember that someone's from Ohio.
I was just gonna say, Patrick.
We
have a channel we had a channel in Canada that was like the equivalent to the Family Channel in the States, but late at night, because Canada's all about CanCon.
But he might remember Beast Wars and like, do you ever watch Reboot and stuff like when? So those shows were made by the company that made the interstitials that Jason's talking about. So the animation
Canada
was very
Canada's all about CanCon. We have to have a certain amount of Canadian like content, but also
that's what the con stands for.
Significantly less commercials, or did in the 90s, on TV. So they had to fill up this extra time because they didn't want to show, especially on kids television, they didn't want to jam all these ads. So they used to have these little like shorts, these like CGI shorts. There are probably 6 or 7 of them, and they ran them especially late at night before the infomercials would start, 6 7. And
they were great.
They
were so good, yeah.
As a collective consciousness, as Canadians, like have them all in our brain.
My dad, there was one that was like it had like a very sort of like 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 this sort of this really specific rhythm to it. My dad like made a dance because it would play so often that my dad made a whole dance for it. And so like, when it would come on,
after 9 p.m.
my dad would dance around the living room to this thing, and me and my sister were like,
every commercial break.
Dance, father, dance, and he was like, dee, 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 dee. It was great. It was so good. I had a good childhood. So yeah, even though we had that, Patrick, I still think this episode sucks. I still don't like it.
Yeah, no, I think it smacks of a compromised vision, and I think that, and I was vindicated when I looked into it, because this was Peter Chung was the last person that they brought on, and they only brought him on because there was a scheduling conflict with who they originally planned to take over the 9th segment, and he only had like I think a year to throw everything in this together. Which is not in itself like a death note for any production. There's definitely like a possibility to throw something together within that time. But I think what really sinks this, like you brought up, is that 3D animation not quite meshing with everything else. And I was kind of disheartened when in one of the behind the scenes interviews, Peter Chung's talking about how like I was so happy to get access to 3D animation so I didn't have to hand draw everything. And I was like, oh, you were excited about that.
Yeah, okay. Like what's wrong with AI art? Kill him.
And I kind of think that there was an even more like subtle but pervasive thing that he mentioned, where he said at the beginning of the project, the only stipulation that he was given was that the robot, because they knew they wanted the story to be about a robot that gets taught empathy or something along those lines. And the only stipulation they were given was you can't make the robot humanoid. And then I was like, but you made him humanoid eventually. That sounds like the most interesting creative constraint you could have had, and you got rid of that immediately. And I think that the ending comes off as a little bit weirder when it is a humanoid thing walking towards Pretty Lady instead of something in a bit more of an amorphous form. And I like a lot of like you said, I like a lot of the philosophy and the ideas that it's posing here. But it just kind of like Aeon Flux itself, it doesn't quite come together for me.
It's more like an Aeon fart, if I was
I always like Aeon Flux is one of those things you'd see at 1 o'clock in the morning, and you're just like, what am I like?
Jason, Aeon Flux is a very popular thing that you can watch at
I
any
was
time
always
of the day.
like, what are you talking about? What
Aeon Flux is good. Aeon Flux is good.
No, I definitely think Aeon Flux is good. It's also just one of those things though that like it's like okay, I think I get it.
I left Showcase on after with the smut and waking up.
After I jerked off, I watched Aeon Flux and I was like, I can't jerk off anymore. What am I doing? Why am I doing that?
I totally see what you guys are saying about the technicalities of it. I feel like the themes in it to me like punch through all of that. I think like it reminds me my favorite thing that's ever been produced for television ever is the first season of True Detective, and it really reminds me of kind of one of the central themes of that show, which is like there is this like feeling of futility the entire time, and it really, I think this story kind of showcases that, like the fragility of it all. Like, why are they even doing this? It just seems so like they've converted like 9 robots and there's like 10 quadrillion sentinels, but there's this like human element to that this like in True Detective, they kind of like talk about how, they compare it to like the stars in the night sky and how the darkness eclipses the tiny little dots, but yet we do that. We, in spite of all odds, we just have this proclivity to kind of like try. And I really think that it beautifully kind of encapsulates that. And it's like, and it's like a total, like they all get fucking wiped out. And there's just this
they all die.
robot
Every single one of them dies. Yeah.
But then there's this one.
Even the Bush baby dies.
And if you can buy the premise that they have the capacity to, like, if you buy the premise from the Second Renaissance, that it sort of plays with the idea that these things maybe have souls and they are somewhat sentient or they are fully sentient, then the humanity still lives on. It's even more futile, but it's still there, And it's
we also get the like what you're saying in the dialogue between the characters, which is like the doctor being like, well, what's the point of any of it? Like, why would I do any of this if I didn't believe in it? And she's like, well, how do we know that he's not going to wake up and kill us immediately? And he's like, well, how do I know that you're not going to wake up and kill me immediately? Like, who gives a fuck? Like, we're changing one at a time. Yeah, and there is a futility to it, but like. Again, I like the idea of this episode far more than I like the execution and the actual,
for sure,
the actual short itself.
But maybe it was like maybe it's like Patrick was saying. It was like a lot of it just came down to the practicality of the constraints. This guy came on and only had a few months to get it ready or whatever. But I love the concept of that. That I think it's really kind of profound in a way, because it just begs the question, like, if there were like 6 humans and you're not in Zion, you're left on the surface, like, what would you do? Would you just keel over into a fetal position and die, or would you try something,
But also give yourself like a 45-minute Star Trek length episode of something like this, and you could probably do something way more interesting. There's nothing wrong with this other than the animation stuff that really took me out of it, but like I love the idea of her screaming at what she sees at the end. But what she sees at the end is exactly what she saw in the story, right? As you were saying, Patrick, imagine he was like a fucking, like an eldritch, like, come to me. Like, then she screams. That makes more sense, right? Like, he goes back to what he is in his mind. Like, that's scarier. It seemed like they had all these ideas and they didn't really, like, work them together.
I like the idea of, like, this one, where Detective would be a good short series. This one almost needs more time to breathe as like a one-off episode.
I don't think this one needs to be a series. I think this one needs to be like a movie. Like, it has to be like a full-length kind of like explore the characters, why
one
they're doing
shot.
what they're doing. Because I didn't get enough time with any of those characters to even sort of match their faces to when they're like, hee, let's fuck with the droid. I'm like, who's that guy again? Was that the gay one or the one who's
the
gay
couple that
adjacent?
can't stop having sex for some reason? Even when they're dead, they're like on top of each other.
Even at the end, the doctor being ripped apart, like, whoa! I'm like, I was like, is that the doctor? Which was the doctor again? I don't know. He was wearing a large lab coat, I think.
I love the Aeon Flux style. I think it's so fucking great.
I hate the weird, I hate the hamburger.
The wavy hair, like
they all look like people that exist inside of, like, like McDonald's. like all the
What?
characters. You know, like
Oh,
Ronald
like the
McDonald.
restaurant?
You know,
I
yes,
hate
yes.
that I know
Okay.
exactly what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
everybody that exists in this world looks like they exist in the same universe as Ronald McDonald, Mayor McCheese, Grimace.
Yeah, yeah.
These are what the humans look like in that world.
Yeah.
Where their lips are like way too long and they're
Yeah.
all like Joker people. I'm like, oh, this is fucking weird. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I like what you just said better than the actual animation. Now I'm associating
These are the Ronald McDonald town
the
people.
Ronald McDonald weirdos.
These
from
people
the-
all grew up in Ronald McDonald house. Ugh. Oh, jeez. That's okay.
That's no.
delete
no,
that.
take
Delete that.
back,
Delete
take
that from the
back.
podcast.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will definitely say thematically, I think when you look at like what the ending of this is on paper, it makes 100% sense to have this be the ending, like, or the sort of thing that ties all of the shorts together. Like the idea of machines kind of being the only thing with active memories of people or even an affection for them. I think that makes a lot of sense on paper.
Is the implication that these were the last people too? Like,
Maybe not the last people, but
I don't
like,
think so.
Not the last people, but it's certainly like the only person that will remember those people is that one last robot that had memories of them. And that in itself, I think, is very haunting and beautiful.
And powerful, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I do really like the idea of human beings like stealing robots back to their side, and then a robot betraying other robots in order to save a human, and her reaction to that is screaming in horror and running back into her own mind and dying. Like that is so fucking intense and really quite scary.
And it's so cool too, because it's like they really, what they did do is kind of individualize the robots, whereas you kind of see them as a general like hive mind threat throughout, in the greater canon of the Matrix, and it individualizes them, and and it's like it kind of made me realize that I didn't really think of that aspect of like, oh yeah, they're just one big hive mind, but they are also like individual units. And I thought that was really interesting the way they played with that.
Just like religion.
Yeah, like zealot mind, Yeah.
I don't really have much else to say other than Samsara, Holy Mountain, Tron. Oh, I said that already. And very apt, I think.
Well, this was my third. This is my third one.
oh yeah, if we're gonna do some rating action, this was my.
Oh, I also wanted to say
3 for me as well. This was third. For me as well.
Yeah.
I also said
this one I
torture
love
a robot
because-
until it joins humans. That's what the story is.
It kind of, even though they're like, do not torture the robot, make it.
Yeah.
And they're kind of torturing him, and they go into his mind, and they make him put his individuality into a box and turn it into a black cube. Like, that's fucked up.
A smashed black cube that engulfs them.
But that's what he was before. That they killed his connection, but that he becomes an individual, and then at the end he tries to help, and they're like, oh, you're a scary robo. And then
So are they manipulating him? Are they indoctrinating him, or are they just
they
being
absolutely
persuasive?
are manipulating him? Yes. There's no, because he's programmed to be a specific thing, right? And like, unless he has an individual personality, which I don't think that he could have as a robot, but that could just be my own robophobia, I guess is what we call it. I don't know.
That's going to be a term in 10 years.
I know it is, yeah. I don't know, but I do like the idea of this discussion because it just makes every other kind of phobia that exists already in our own lives seem so fucking stupid. Where it's like, wait, we can't even deal with our own human beings next to us when we got robos that we have to plug our brains into. I don't know, man. I don't know. How do you feel, Spence?
I embrace the robo. I don't trust the people.
I'm a
that
full
are
robosexual.
making them. I don't trust the people that are making them or what they want to do with them currently. But the concept of a robot being a benevolent thing.
I like it. I like it too. It could happen. Robo Jesus, Cyber Jesus.
So did we all say what our matriculated rankings are? I don't.
It's second to last for me, but I gave it a 6 out of 10. I generally did really like it. It's just it doesn't feel as like solid of a foundation as pretty much everything else that you see before it, though. And I do agree with you, Stephen, that like seeing all the other segments before this one does kind of lessen any novelty or impact that this could have had.
It almost feels
Otherwise.
like you're watching a Rugrats in The Matrix at the end.
Stu
how I felt.
Pickles. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, well, God, what do we do? And like Tommy's like, if only I had a screwdriver in my diaper to get out of here. Ding, 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 ding.
Why are you reprogramming the robots? Because I've lost control of my life.
Yeah.
I understand that reference.
Spence, how do you feel?
I am not just giving 10s for no reason, and I will explain when we're summing up the whole deal. I give it a 10, and it's my third pick.
Yeah, third as well, and I give it a 4.5 out of 5.
All right. This is my last. This is 0. This is the bottom of the list for me, this one. I think I've given my reasons why. I don't think I need to back it up, but when we get to the end, I can tell you why again if you need me to.
Then why don't we? That's the movie. Why don't we go into our Home Alone of it all and our final thoughts?
Both at the same time.
If you had to pick one, what do you think the Home Alone
is the Home Alone of it all?
Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone?
I really gotta know.
When is the Home Alone of it all?
What is the Home Alone of it all?
Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
Friend of the show, Spence, Alex Gow, who you know.
Spencer, you laughing at my Home Alone of it alls?
Made all of those.
Yeah.
So what I'll say about this,
the Home Alone of it all.
this is going to require a little bit more nuance than normal because we have to sort of encompass 9 short
Well,
films
if it
or 8
requires
short.
nuance, do you want me to say it? I'm just kidding.
The Home Alone of it all, as we sort of we explain that off air. If you don't know, is the idea that in the movie Home Alone, Kevin McAllister slaps down the blueprint, creates a nightmare funhouse for his captors, and that's sort of the part of the movie we're there to see. Now, most movies have that as well, whether it be what I just described, the third act of the movie, or literally just the trailer moment that you're going into the movie for. So in addition to that, we want sort of, you know what, at the end of the day, it's like your favorite segment or part of the movie. We also want your final thoughts in summation and a rating. Now, we already kind of did that for each individual film in this anthology piece. So what it'll be is sort of an overarching for all of the things I just described. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor to Spencer to sort of
Kick it off?
Yeah, please.
Okay, well, I picked out 2 moments, like 2 kind of maybe contrasting moments that I think sort of stand out for me. So one of them is in the Second Renaissance Part 2, the end of it with the little boy running towards his parents and turn into agents. That is like, God, that is like such a haunting, disturbing thing that I think sums up the most nihilistic aspects of the exploration of the Matrix. And then in contrast, there is something that's always really stuck with me about the ending of the world record, where he stands up from the wheelchair in the end. And it stands out to me because it's like his character is demonstrated in that short that he is a defiant person and he just ignores all the voices and just does what he's going to do. But I think that moment is more to be like he is a representative of humanity in that moment. And this weird, like kind of like what I was just talking about, we have this like resilience, and it's a characteristic of Homo sapiens. Like we have this weird defiance that in spite of Mother Nature, we will persist, or we'll try to persist. And I think they really encapsulate it in that moment. And so that to me is like one of the more hopeful segments or pieces of imagery that you can take away from this entire anthology. So maybe that's just like the 2 kind of end of it. And wrap up thoughts. Oh, so I mean, I gave a lot. I gave basically everything 10 except for Final Flight of the Osiris, which I also thought was great, but it is kind of like an ad in the movie, you know? as we sort of talked about. But I just like, I can't, it's so refreshing to watch something. I've seen it a bunch of times, but to just see like, however the Wachowskis pull it off, and they were like the guiding hand behind all of the concepts and making sure the artists were staying kind of like thematically in the same ballpark. But ultimately, like, they just gave the keys to and creative license to all these brilliant artists to just do whatever. And like, when does that ever happen? And I feel like right now in an era of filmmaking where, you know, things are shifting so much with technology and how we access stories via motion picture, like, you know, there's a lot of homogeneity and a lot of like blandness, and there are still good movies, but there's not a lot of like strong voices, and these are all very strong perspectives, very you know like just very cohesive and succinct in their own ways, and I just appreciate that so much.
Spencer, you're so good at talking about movies.
But then,
Thank you.
overall, a rating for the whole thing.
Do you have a rating?
Well, I mean, it's almost a 10, but Flight of the Osiris, I mean, maybe I got to make it like a 9.6.
All right. Fantastic. Obviously, welcome back anytime. Actually, I'll say when we do Star Wars in February again, I'd love to have both of you back on for a Star Wars.
Oh,
talk about Sebulba's engine.
I got some hot takes. I got some
Likewise.
hot ones.
What's the little guy who's like when he gets like and he died? Remember his family watches him die? What's that guy?
Wait, which guy?
He's one of the pod racer guys. His name's like Terrence Pillar or whatever. He gets killed.
He's coming back in that game, or they're going to explain what happened to him or whatever in that racing game.
Come back with a robot half, like
yeah.
I'm here.
But we already did that. We already did that movie.
Yeah.
At any rate, Patrick, the floor is yours.
I think the Home Alone of it all is definitely just the ending segment of the world record when he starts breaking through the Matrix. I think that's kind of just the showcase of everything good that this movie has to offer. It might not have been my favorite segment, but I do think that is kind of like a moment you can point to as a sort of universally understandable moment that you could show anybody, regardless of their relationship to the Matrix. So that to me is like that imagery of him like seeing the numbers fly by and then just breaking through that barrier. I think it's magnificent. And my overall rating for it, I didn't think it was quite fair to just like take all of my ratings for them individually and aggregate them and then just go with that. That felt like kind of a disservice to the anthology nature of how everything was compiled. But that said, my rating for it did turn out to be the exact same.
Yeah.
You're like, wait a minute, math worked out in my favor?
Yeah, that is very much a coincidence. I ended up giving it as a collective a 7.5 out of 10. I really, really loved it. I think it mostly just held up exactly how I wanted it to. I think when I compare it to other anthology films that I really like, for instance, like the Ballad of Buster Scruggs, and I know that might not be the most fair comparison to make between the Animatrix and the Coen Brothers. It might not be the most fair thing, but I try to think of like what makes that anthology sort of work for me as a greater than the sum of its parts type of film, and I think it's because all of those have some sort of connective tissue around the theme, not only the Western sort of pastiche, but also like this collective theme of death and the perspective surrounding it. And I don't think these movies or these shorts quite have that. And sometimes it works out for the better of it. Like you were saying, Spencer, I think the best part about this is how it maintains a sort of sensibility for where animation was at the time. And I think it actually sort of works as a sort of like one of my favorite movies of all time is Fantasia, but I actually think that this kind of serves as a better benchmark of where animation was than even Fantasia 2000 that came out a few years before.
Yeah. No
and I think that's something I really enjoyed going through it again, is just like, it captures all of this stuff in one place. But yeah, ultimately, I think it's incredibly entertaining. And I think perhaps the one thing that would have made me bump it up higher is I wish some more of the segments could exist outside of their connection to the Matrix.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, incredibly entertaining. Definitely my favorite Matrix sequel still.
For sure.
Awesome. And before we move on from our guests, I just wanted to, Spencer, hit me with your number one and your bottom shorts.
My number one is World Record. It from an animatic perspective, there's just something so incredible about that animator's voice that it's weird, it's interesting. Like I was talking about the negative lighting, the motion of it, the movement, the kinetic energy of it, and then just it's like such a simple concept, but it clearly I think it stuck in our memories. We all kind of touched on that. It just stuck in our memories, and I can't think of like that. To me is emblematic of like how impactful it really is. And the worst one, it's just the flight of the OSIRIS, which is great. The thing is, it's still fun. I love how the Wachowskis really played with trying to connect material outside the films to the films, but not in a way that's kind of like annoying, where you kind of have to know it or else the movie doesn't make sense. It enhanced the whole experience of like the mythology of the Matrix and that time period and the mystery and the intrigue. It really helped pad it out and build it up. So I do appreciate it, but if I had to pick the worst one, it's got to be that.
Okay. And same for you, Patrick, top and bottom.
My number one is definitely Beyond. That's one I will definitely go back to and watch again, complete, like without even having to revisit the other ones. I think it's fantastic. I think it also captures a type of whimsy that the first Matrix kind of had underneath the surface the whole time, and really plays that up. And my least favorite is Last Flight of the Osiris. Like that kind of, I think the most kind thing I can say about it is when I listened to the creator of it talking about it, he seemed extremely excited to be working within the framework of the Matrix, and I'm happy for him. But I found it eye-roll inducing at parts, and I do think actively that the Animatrix would be a stronger collection if it just cut that out, went straight into started right on Renaissance. Like we would have such a better collection here, I think.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, Steve, you're up for all of the things.
I know. I was looking up people who talk about these things, and that's how they usually talk about this. They just don't even talk about the Last Flight of the Osiris. They're like, doesn't exist. It's basically just part of the movies, and like that's fine. Like leave it over there. That's where it belongs. This is what it actually is. Yeah.
There was a guy in film school that I kept around in my group often because he was kind of a naysayer, but like in any creative circle, you want to have people that will tell you your ideas are bullshit. Like that's the most healthy thing that you can have.
For sure. Yeah.
And this was a guy that would constantly, like when we'd have an idea we'd be excited about, he was not afraid to tell you like, but that's not a movie. And that's how I feel with the
that's a
Last
bad
Flight
idea.
Like, I got to the end of Osiris. I was like, but that's not a movie. That's a scene.
Yeah.
It is. It's exactly like this. Remember the scene in The Matrix where the guy's like tink, tink, and he's like trying to get through, and then he falls over, and then the thing falls on him, and he dies. That's a scene. That's exactly what Osiris is. It's basically that scene extended. But wait, am I supposed to tell mine now?
Turn. Yeah, it's your turn.
Oh, Home Alone. It's so hard. Like I mean, the original idea was that we were going to just say what our favorite one was, but I think we've already been doing a really good job of deciding what our favorite ones are as we go through it. I think the contrast between World Record and Kid Story is one of the greatest things that I never even considered until we had this discussion. It's so fucking cool, where it's like a person who is at the lowest point of their life can enter the Matrix, and a person at the highest point of their life can enter the Matrix. That's so interesting. And I don't even know if the two creators of this had a conversation about whether that means anything, or if the Wachowskis saw that. But that's extremely cool. A person who is like, I want to kill myself because I hate my dream life that I live, and another person's like, I'm living my dream life and it's the best existence I've ever had, and they can both break out at different levels. That's so fucking cool. Like it makes my heart excited. I'm like, oh, holy, that's such an interesting dichotomy. Like, how does that exist?
It's like the most nihilistic version of Harry Potter. It's like you're the kid that lives under the stairs, and you just wish there was a magical world that you could be the hero and go to. But it's like you want to kill yourself to achieve that.
Yeah, or like the person who is like, I am the best wizard who ever lived, but how do I kill myself to become better? Yeah. That's how I look at this. And like there's other ones that I really, really like, but I think that in terms of a Home Alone, I think that's the best idea of all of it. Overall, I fucking love this movie. I think it, as we've all said, it's the best sequel to The Matrix that The Matrix ever had. I would love for them to make more of these. It was great that they made the Matrix a couple of years ago, and I really enjoyed that. But I would have loved like a second Animatrix. Like, what happens now? Because like one of the most interesting parts about that movie was that everything within the Matrix changed as well, and the real world. And there's like this weird piece that exists between them. Like, what is the Matrix now from that? I'd love to see a second Animatrix. But I mean, in terms of everything that it deals with, it's beautiful, man. It's a remarkable idea farm. Give your property to more people. There are things that exist within Game of Thrones, Potter, and Star Wars, but those are the things that I deal with. But what's the Star Wars show called?
Legends.
Legends. But there's Legends and
Visions. Is it Visions?
Visions, yeah.
Visions, yeah.
And that's them giving people, property rights to do whatever you want. And that's cool. Like, give more people this kind of power because, it allows people to expand the universe in a way that's interesting. You go back to before Star Wars was purchased by Disney and all the books are burned or whatever, but the books didn't mean anything before either, right? Like Lucas was always like, those aren't real. Those are just idiots telling stories around a campfire. Only my stories matter. And that's fine, but bring those in when you can. And that's what is happening everywhere. So this is what the Wachowskis are so brilliant for doing, which is every single thing that touches their lore is canon. They're like, no, that's canon, that's canon, that's canon. I don't think they've ever been not canon. They're always like, no, this is canon. Even that whole fucking video game, the Matrix Online, everything that happened in the Matrix Online happened in the universe of the Matrix, and they acknowledged it in several ways throughout the movies, and then also in the new movie they acknowledged stuff that happened. It's crazy, and that's beautiful. I think that they understand how fandom works in a way that other people don't. So this is absolutely something. If you like the Matrix, this is something that you should absorb, and if you haven't, then go fuck yourself, and I don't give a shit. But it rules. This whole thing rules. Except for the last flight of the Osiris, which is basically a trailer. But everything else is good. Did I cover all my bases, Jason?
Yeah, I just need a rating.
Oh. If I had to give this a rating, I would give it a last flight of the Osiris.
Mine, I'm pretty cut and dry and short with what I have to say at the end here. My favorite was the Second Renaissance, and my least favorite was Flight of the Osiris. But you guys, I didn't hate it. I just fell to the bottom after the rest of them are so much better.
Hey, I didn't hate it either.
Yeah.
It's a good billboard.
I did. As far as final thoughts go, my Home Alone of it all is actually just any time that the twist becomes it's the Matrix now. I love how most of them handle it. Obviously, Final Flight of the Osiris is much more heavy-handed, but the more nuanced stuff, like in Program and Beyond, when they come out of the Matrix, or it turns out that it is the Matrix, I love that element of it. World Record obviously stuck with me all this time, and it stuck with everybody. Like I thought that was me having that experience. It's not like I saw this online that everybody remembers this and loves it. It's just weird that we have this collective unconscious for that particular segment.
Fucking cool.
It's very cool and very well done. Yeah. As far as final thoughts go, you guys pretty much said everything there is to say before me. You know, it's great. It holds up. The closer we get to the AI singularity, the more that this is clear and present danger, and sort of a what not to do tutorial.
I'm picturing Jason being like, "Out of my way, pal," and like throwing his champagne glass. Up.
Yeah. And then realizing what he's done.
Yeah. Oh no.
Humanity.
If I was to give it a rating, I would give it's a solid 4 out of 5 overall for me. And if I was to actually give it a rating, I would give it choking on a ham sandwich to Jack out of the Matrix.
To jack off the Matrix?
No, that's the official way that they get people out.
Yeah. And Patrick, also, you're welcome back anytime. I hope that we can have you back for Star Wars. But even before that, we have the rest of the year is booked. But I will be telling you about Jan Woo month in January and February with Star Wars. So look out for that.
That sounds great to me. My Star Wars opinions seem to get a lot of people riled up, so I'm sure I'll have a lot to add.
It seems like a lot of your TikTok expertise is Star Wars skewed. But we have one last thing we have to do before we get out of here, and that's plug our shit.
All right, let me just plug this in right here and...
Spencer,
should I make that shorter? I mean, it's so long.
It's very
so
funny.
long.
It's funny. Spencer, what do you got going on?
I don't use social media. If you want to hire me,
but you could tell us what you're doing.
If you want to hire me to shoot your movie, I can do that, and I can do a good job of it. You can go to Spencer-Gray, that's with an A, GRAY.com. Check out my stuff, and I will do that for you. But I have no other things to plug.
Literally,
one of the first things that Spencer ever told me was, "I don't understand why people kept spelling gray with an E." And I was like, He's like, "Isn't it Spencer Gree?" And I'm like, "Not all Grays are your last name, though." And he was like, "Oh."
That's how I'm like, it's Phillips with 2 L's. And my wife is like, "Yeah, it's always spelled with 2 L's." I'm like, "Not always."
Yeah, I sometimes flip around the L's in your names and I go, "Flip up lips."
Yeah, but that's because you're dyslexic.
Yeah,
well. Patrick, why don't you tell us about what you have going
on? You can find me on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube under Paddyowagon. I do a lot of film analysis, a lot of very niche and hyper-specific top 5 lists and things like that. I'm currently working on a long-form video for YouTube that talks about the history of the Weather Channel and why we're so nostalgic for it. You can also find me on TikTok Live. I do weather reports while also playing lo-fi and vaporwave music. It's kind of just a hangout, chill type of live stream where you can ask me to check on the weather. I stream it in like a retro style and everything. It's pretty fun.
Really? Cool.
It's 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, yeah. I definitely turn on my Weather Channel voice, like wind northwest at 9 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation, 50%. So it's a lot of what we do there. We just kind of hang out. And I think the only other thing that's like more movie related that I do is I edit and produce a show called Sasquatch. That's Sasquatch spelled with Sask and then watches and WATCH.
Right.
It's following two of my friends from film school as they go through every Bigfoot movie ever made, and it's a hell of a time.
Hell yeah!
I think it's about everything I'm working on right now.
That sounds incredible. Hello, anyone there? Yeah, we're here. We're clearly here. Steve, what's going on, brother?
Okay. Well, I am working on so many things right now. What do I do about it? I work for the Sonar Network, and we've got the Stan Land, which you guys all know about. It's a fantasy story starring Bobby Moynihan and Ray Seahorn and John Hamm and John Waters, and they all go into a fantasy world together. And then we're also doing a new one that is in the same world as those people called Snowtop, and that's where we're recording right now, and it's fucking cool. So keep your eyes peeled for that, because I don't. Oh, sorry, a motorcycle man.
They're racing to watch it.
They're trying to tell me about that. That's coming as well, and I'm in that. I'm also going to be doing all the audio edit, or the when you make a scene with audio. What do you call it? Audio crafting. It's audio editing. I just thought you guys could figure it out.
Audio engineering.
Yeah, engineering. Yeah, whatever you want to say. And then I also do all the narration and voice acting for Darth Theorist, Three-Eyed Theorist, and the Half-Blood Theorist, where I'm like, let's go through a story about Harry Potter being gay. What if Harry Potter was gay? And he's like, I've never thought about being gay. I'm like, yeah, well, here we go. I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. But, maybe we will. Who knows?
Who knows? Maybe for Pride next year.
So that's what I do otherwise. But, yeah, you guys know you like me.
Yeah. I'd like to let everybody know that this show, Hey, Did You See This One, happens each and every week right here on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook at 8 p.m. Eastern every single week. We're currently doing Anthology Armageddon. Next week, I think, is Memories. We got Batman Gotham Knight coming up, and
are we not doing the John Carpenter one?
Yeah, and Body Bags.
Oh, Body Bags.
Yeah.
You guys like body bags?
Body bags.
Body bags. To answer Mushroom 77's question, this is the end of the show. In addition to that, I am the voice of Super Kicked Wrestling here in Toronto. We have
How
a show
many voices
coming.
do you do? I'm just kidding.
I do one voice.
Yeah, okay.
I say the following contest is scheduled for one fall. We have a show coming up on August 28th. There's no information about the card yet, but as the month goes on, you'll see more and more. There is a show on August 14th at Rendezvous. I don't really work Wednesdays, so I won't be there, but I will tell you that Super Kicked will be. Do you know what? Our very own Stephen Waters makes t-shirts on TeePublic and Redbubble, and I'll show you some of them.
I used to be an illustrator. I've since cut my fingers off, so I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, he cut them off because of AI. AI said,
Look at my fingers. Look what I've done to myself.
Yeah, it looks exactly like corporal tunnel syndrome.
That's a James Bond villain.
We also have the Howie Mandela effect you can get on a t-shirt. Our flagship Grimoire Familiar Killers. Most of those killers have been vanquished by us at this point. But
I remember when you painted that.
You remember?
I remember
Were you
that.
there when I painted it?
Yeah.
And I was like, everybody watch me paint this.
We have the Eldritch Millennial, which is just a Steve self-insert of him as an Eldritch horror.
There's a little bit of you in there too.
Yeah, that's true. I always see myself as Kill-Aid.
You think you're a big
Kill-Aid.
jug of blue Kool-Aid?
What was your knockoff Matrix name again? The Inter something?
It was
Jason?
Ram.
No, Jason's was the Intermind or something.
Mindernet. The Mindernet.
Mindernet. Yeah. I'm glad I could reveal that to you all. Somehow 240.
That's where Ram runs free.
Yeah.
It's like I finally am free in the Intermind.
We have the fan favorite, Twinkerbell.
Twinkerbell.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, look at that bulge. I think that's actually a feed bell. And
It's not that much of a fault.
Chef's fingers. This is something that has been said on the show and turned into YouTube form. I'd like to thank our brand new guests, Spencer and Patrick, for coming on tonight.
Jason, your voice is getting crispified.
You're both welcome back.
There we go.
Thank you. Have fun.
And there is
Definitely.
just one question that needs to be asked each and every week. Since you're new here, I'll tell you it's the name of the show, and you're going to have to say it at the same time. I'm going to count backwards from 3. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, did you see that one?
Close. Now, Patrick.
Hey, did you see this one?
Patrick, if you could just at the same in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, did you see this one?
All right. I think that, we could.
Sorry, Steve. I know you were trying to do a director's thing and have these guys actually do it for real, but then you left. Then you walked away. So we're gonna try it one more time. In 3, 2, 1.
Hey, did you see
this one?
Close enough.
Beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, did you see this one? And take a peek into the darkness with Heard Noise, Must Investigate with Michael Chan. Watch us duke it out on trivial debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mater Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.
Oh no!